Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Most unsettling of all was the realization that our arrival had clearly been observed and evaluated. The sequence of events from the initial calls that seemed to announce our presence to the testing phase with thrown objects. It was mid to late August 2016 when we finalized the purchase of what I believed would be our sanctuary, a 1.5-story log cabin nestled against the imposing darkness of the Ouachita National Forest. The property stretched across 15 densely wooded acres, punctuated by 2 murky ponds that reflected the canopy above like black mirrors, and bisected by a wet-weather creek that gurgled with an almost whispered warning. The drive to view the property had been mesmerizing in the most unsettling way. Winding mountain highways carved through an endless expanse of trees, their branches so thick they blocked out most of the afternoon sun, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. What struck me as beautiful then, that rolling ocean of green stretching to every horizon, would later feel like a suffocating blanket hiding unknown terrors. The roads had no shoulders, just sheer drops into rocky ravines where twisted trees grew from impossible angles, their roots clutching at stone like desperate fingers. The air did feel different here, thinner somehow, as if the forest itself was breathing differently than the civilized world we'd left behind. There was an ancient quality to the silence between the sounds of our car engine, a silence that seemed to listen and wait. My 8-year-old son, Tommy, had been excited during the drive, pressing his face against the window and pointing out every deer and bird he spotted. His enthusiasm was infectious then, but now I wonder if children can sense things that adults have learned to ignore. He grew quieter as we drove deeper into the mountains, eventually falling asleep with his head pressed against the cool glass. When we signed the papers and received the keys, I felt a surge of pride and accomplishment. This was our fresh start, our escape from suburban monotony. The real estate agent, a weathered local woman named Mrs. Henderson, had given us a peculiar look when we mentioned we'd be moving in immediately. "You folks might want to wait until morning," she'd said, glancing at the lengthening shadows. "These mountains can be unsettling to newcomers at night." I dismissed her concern with a laugh, attributing it to small-town superstition. Now, as I write this, her words echo with prophetic weight. After signing the papers, Tommy and I immediately began the process of moving our belongings from the truck to the cabin. The structure itself was beautiful in daylight, solid logs chinked with white mortar, a wraparound porch that creaked pleasantly under our feet, and large windows that promised spectacular views of our new domain. The interior smelled of pine and old wood, with the faint mustiness that comes with a house that had stood empty for months. The living room dominated the ground floor, with a stone fireplace that looked capable of heating the entire space. Upstairs, the master bedroom overlooked the back of the property, where the forest pressed close enough that branches scraped against the windows when the wind picked up. What I'd seen as quaint during the daylight viewing now seemed ominous as evening approached. We'd arranged for my father to join us the following day, so that first night would be just Tommy and me breaking in our new home. I'd brought an air mattress for the master bedroom and left the old owner's furniture, including a massive quilted hammock in the living room, in place until we could arrange our own. As darkness crept across the property, the forest transformed. What had been welcoming green spaces between trees became impenetrable black voids. The cheerful babbling of the creek took on a more urgent tone, and the settling sounds of the old cabin seemed to echo longer than they should have. Every window became a potential portal for unseen eyes to peer in, and I found myself unconsciously checking the locks more frequently than necessary. Tommy seemed oblivious to my growing unease, exploring every corner of the cabin with the fearless curiosity of childhood. He claimed the smaller upstairs room as his future bedroom, though for that first night he'd be sharing the master bedroom with me on the air mattress. "Dad," he said as we prepared for bed, "why is it so quiet here?" His question struck me as odd. It wasn't quiet at all. The forest was alive with sounds. Insects chirped and buzzed, leaves rustled constantly, and somewhere in the distance an owl called mournfully. But I understood what he meant. It was the absence of human sounds. No traffic, no neighbors' televisions, no distant sirens or airplanes, just the organic symphony of the wilderness, which somehow felt more threatening than comforting as night fell completely. We hadn't been lying on the air mattress for more than 20 minutes when the first unusual sound reached us through the bedroom windows. It wasn't the expected hooting of an owl or the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. This was something else entirely, a deep, resonant woot sound that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The vocalizations came in sets of 3, each one distinct and purposeful. They had an almost conversational quality, as if different entities were responding to each other across the darkness. The sounds were too loud and too deep to be any bird I knew, and they carried an intelligence that made the hair on my arms stand up. Tommy stirred beside me but didn't wake, his breathing still steady and peaceful. I lay perfectly still, straining to identify the source of these calls. They seemed to circle the property, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, but always maintaining that eerie pattern of 3. Between the vocalizations, I began to notice other sounds, subtle at first, but growing more distinct as my ears adjusted to the forest's rhythm. A soft pattering began against the sliding glass doors that led to the back deck. At first I assumed it was insects drawn to whatever light filtered through the curtains, but the sound was too irregular, too forceful. I eased out of bed, careful not to wake Tommy, and crept to the window. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I could barely make out the deck in the faint starlight. Small objects were striking the glass and bouncing off, not insects but twigs, pebbles, and what looked like acorns. They seemed to be coming from the tree line, thrown with enough force to make audible impacts against the sturdy glass doors. The throwing continued for several minutes, not random but purposeful, as if testing the barriers of our shelter. I found myself counting the impacts, noting how they seemed to come in patterns. 3 hits, pause, 3 more hits, pause. The same pattern as the vocal calls. My rational mind searched for explanations. Perhaps squirrels were dropping nuts from the trees above the deck. Maybe the wind was picking up small debris and hurling it against the cabin. But even as I formed these thoughts, I knew they were inadequate. The timing was too precise, the pattern too deliberate. Then came the sounds from the forest itself, heavy footsteps that made no attempt at stealth, the sharp crack of substantial branches breaking under significant weight, and the rustle of leaves being disturbed by something much larger than any deer or bear I'd ever encountered. These weren't the careful movements of wildlife trying to avoid detection. These were the sounds of something moving through the forest with confidence and purpose, something that had no fear of being heard. The sounds from the forest grew progressively bolder and more aggressive. What had started as mysterious calls and thrown debris escalated into something that felt distinctly hostile. The heavy footsteps were now accompanied by what sounded like massive stones being hurled against trees or pounded into the ground with tremendous force. Each impact sent a vibration through the forest floor that I could feel even through the cabin's foundation. Then came the knocking. This wasn't the random percussion of woodpeckers or the settling of old wood. This was the unmistakable sound of wood striking wood with deliberate rhythm and tremendous force. The impacts were so powerful they seemed to shake the trees themselves, sending echoes rolling across the property like thunder. 3 knocks, pause. 3 more knocks, pause. The pattern was becoming disturbingly familiar. I found myself thinking of every horror story I'd ever dismissed, every campfire tale I'd laughed off as superstition. The knocking continued, sometimes from different directions, as if multiple entities were communicating across the darkness using the trees as drums. The sound was primal and purposeful, carrying an unmistakable message. We were not alone, and our presence had been noted. Around 11:30 p.m., the sky opened up with a torrential downpour that hammered against the cabin's roof like artillery fire. The rain was so intense it drowned out all other sounds, creating a wall of white noise that was almost comforting after the unnerving symphony from the forest. I hoped desperately that whatever was out there would seek shelter and leave us in peace. But my relief was short-lived. As the rain began to subside, The sounds resumed with renewed intensity. The knocking was closer now, coming from the trees directly behind the cabin, just beyond the back deck. Something was moving through the storm-soaked forest with apparent ease, undeterred by the weather that had sent every other creature seeking shelter. The footsteps were different now, heavier, more purposeful, accompanied by the sound of large branches being snapped like twigs. Whatever was making these sounds was demonstrating a strength that went far beyond any animal I could imagine. The very earth seemed to tremble with each footfall. Then came the moment that shattered my last hope of rational explanation. A tremendous impact struck the cabin wall directly below our bedroom, so forceful that the entire structure shuddered and groaned. The sound was like a boulder being hurled against the logs, or an enormous fist pounding against the walls with rage. The force was so great that pictures rattled on the walls and the air mattress bounced beneath us. Tommy jolted awake with a cry of terror, his eyes wide and searching in the darkness. "What was that?" he whispered, his voice small and frightened. I could hear the tremor in his words, could feel his small body shaking beside me. My protective instincts kicked in, overriding my own fear. I scooped him up and carried him quickly to the smaller upstairs room, the office space that felt somehow safer simply because it didn't have the large sliding glass doors that suddenly seemed so vulnerable. The regular bedroom windows seemed like a fortress compared to those expansive glass panels that offered such an unobstructed view into our temporary refuge. My hands shook as I fumbled for the light switches, flooding the exterior of the cabin with harsh artificial illumination. The front porch light, back deck light, and every outdoor fixture I could control blazed to life, pushing back the darkness that had concealed our tormentors. The sudden shift from pitch black to glaring brightness felt like donning armor. Tommy huddled close to me in the office, his eyes wide with questions I couldn't answer. The fear in his young face broke my heart, but it also fueled a protective anger that overcame my terror. Whatever was out there threatening my son would face the full fury of a father's wrath. I moved to the office window, the one that overlooked the front of the property, and cranked it open just wide enough to project my voice. The night air that rushed in was surprisingly cool and carried scents of wet earth, pine needles, and something else, something musky and wild that I couldn't identify. "Leave us alone," I shouted into the darkness beyond the light's reach. My voice echoed off the trees and seemed to be swallowed by the forest. "We're trying to sleep." The words felt inadequate, almost absurdly civilized given the circumstances, but they represented my desperate attempt to establish some form of communication with whatever intelligence lurked in the shadows. For several long minutes, the forest fell into complete silence. Even the normal night sounds, the insects and small animals, seemed to have been shocked into stillness by my outburst. It was as if the entire wilderness was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Tommy pressed against my side, whispering, "Dad, what's out there?" I couldn't bring myself to voice the thoughts racing through my mind. How could I tell my 8-year-old son that I suspected we were dealing with something that challenged everything I thought I knew about the natural world? How could I explain that the stories I'd always dismissed as folklore might be rooted in terrifying reality? The silence stretched on, broken only by the steady drip of water from the rain-soaked trees. I began to hope that whatever had been harassing us had finally withdrawn, driven back by the lights and my vocal challenge. Perhaps confrontation was the key. Perhaps these entities, whatever they were, respected bold resistance. But that hope was premature. Around 4:30 a.m., just as I was beginning to relax, the sounds resumed with a vengeance. The tree knocking was more aggressive than before, closer to the cabin, and accompanied by what sounded like enormous branches being torn from their trunks and hurled to the ground. The message was clear. Our defiance had not gone unnoticed, and it had not been appreciated. My father's voice drifted up from downstairs, groggy and confused. The hammock creaked as he struggled to consciousness, awakened by the latest round of forest percussion. His presence was both a comfort and a concern. Comfort because I was no longer the only adult witness to these events, but concern because now there was another person to protect. "What in God's name is going on up there?" he called, his voice thick with sleep but tinged with growing alarm as the sounds from outside registered fully in his awakening mind. The first light of dawn crept through the office windows like a cautious animal, revealing a world transformed by the night's events. What had been familiar and welcoming in daylight now seemed alien and potentially hostile. The trees that had provided such beautiful scenery now loomed like watchtowers, their branches reaching toward the cabin like grasping fingers. My father appeared in the doorway, his gray hair disheveled and his face creased with concern and confusion. "Son, what happened here last night?" he asked, taking in the sight of Tommy and me huddled together in the small office, both of us exhausted and wide-eyed from our sleepless vigil. I explained everything as best I could. The calls, the thrown objects, the tree knocking, and especially the tremendous impact against the cabin wall. Dad listened with the patient attention he'd always given to my childhood stories. But I could see the skepticism growing in his eyes. In the growing daylight, my account sounded fantastical, even to me. "Well," he said finally, "let's go have a look around. If something was out there making all that noise, there ought to be some evidence." Tommy wanted to come with us, but I insisted he stay inside where it was safe. The boy had been through enough for one night. Dad and I armed ourselves with flashlights, though the dawn light was growing stronger by the minute, and stepped out onto the wraparound porch. The morning air was crisp and clean, washed fresh by the previous night's rain. Birds were beginning their dawn chorus, and somewhere in the distance, a rooster crowed from a neighboring property. The normalcy of these sounds felt almost surreal after the night we'd endured. We began our investigation methodically, walking the perimeter of the cabin and examining the ground for signs of disturbance. I was surprised by how little obvious evidence we found initially. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves that had been further scattered by the rain, making it difficult to identify specific tracks or impressions. Dad moved with the careful attention of someone who'd spent years hunting and tracking. He examined broken branches, studied scuff marks on trees, and knelt frequently to inspect areas of disturbed earth. His hunting experience gave him an eye for details that I would never have noticed. Near the back of the cabin, where the most aggressive knocking had originated, we found our first clear evidence. A substantial oak tree, easily 8 inches in diameter, showed fresh damage to its trunk. The bark was stripped away in irregular patches, revealing the pale wood beneath, and there were deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by something with tremendous strength and sharp implements. "This is fresh," Dad muttered, running his fingers along the damaged bark. "Something did this last night." He looked up at the tree's canopy, noting several large branches that appeared to have been twisted and broken. "Whatever did this had to be incredibly strong. I've never seen damage like this from any animal I know." But it was Dad who made the discovery that would haunt us both for years to come. Near the stone walkway that led to our covered porch, Dad called out in a voice tight with shock, "Son, you need to come see this." I hurried over to where he was kneeling beside the path, brushing wet leaves away from what appeared to be impressions in the soft earth. The rain had turned the soil into perfect casting material, preserving details with startling clarity. What he'd uncovered made my stomach clench with a mixture of vindication and terror. 3 large footprints were pressed deep into the mud, each one clearly defined despite the night's downpour. They were unmistakably humanoid but far larger than any human foot should be, easily 17 inches long and proportionally wide. The depth of the impression suggested incredible weight, far beyond what any normal person could produce. But it was the details that made these prints truly unsettling. The toes were clearly defined, showing no sign of claws or the thick pads of a bear's paw. These were feet, recognizably human in structure but impossibly large. The big toe was positioned like a human thumb, and there were clear impression marks from the heel and arch that spoke of bipedal locomotion. "Jesus," Dad whispered, then caught himself. "I mean, dear God, look at the size of these things." Beside the massive footprints, partially obscured by a fallen branch, was something even more disturbing. A handprint pressed into the soft earth near the edge of the walkway. This print was smaller, more proportional to what might be expected from a juvenile, but it showed the same impossible characteristics. The fingers were long and clearly defined, with what appeared to be an opposable thumb, but the palm was far too large for any human child. Dad stood slowly, his face pale in the growing daylight. "I've been hunting these mountains for 30 years, he said quietly. "I've seen bear tracks, deer tracks, every kind of animal print you can imagine. These aren't from any animal I know." We followed the tracks as far as we could, noting how they approached the cabin from multiple directions. The prints suggested that at least 3 large entities had been moving around our property during the night, apparently observing us, testing our defenses, and ultimately challenging our presence. The stone walkway itself showed signs of having been examined closely. Several of the larger stones had been moved slightly, as if something had been testing their weight and stability. Muddy fingerprint-like marks on some of the stones suggested that whatever had made the tracks possessed not just incredible size and strength, but also a curious intelligence. "Dad," I said quietly, staring down at the evidence before us, "what do you think we're dealing with here?" He was quiet for a long moment, studying the prints and the damaged tree, before answering with characteristic honesty. "Son, yesterday I would have said black bear without hesitation. Bears can rear up on their hind legs, they're strong enough to damage trees, and they can be territorial about new residents in their area." He paused, kneeling again to examine the largest footprint more closely. "But bears don't make prints like these, and they don't organize coordinated harassment campaigns against human dwellings. Whatever made these tracks was intelligent, organized, and..." He trailed off, unwilling to voice the conclusion that was becoming increasingly unavoidable. As we stood there in the growing daylight, surrounded by evidence of our nocturnal visitors, I found myself reassessing everything I thought I knew about the world. The skeptical, rational part of my mind still searched for conventional explanations, elaborate hoaxes, misidentified animals, some combination of natural phenomena that could account for what we'd experienced. But the evidence was undeniable. The massive footprints, the damaged tree, the coordinated nature of the harassment, and most convincingly, the memory of that tremendous impact against the cabin wall that had shaken the entire structure. No conventional explanation could account for all of these elements. Tommy appeared at the cabin's back door, having grown tired of waiting inside. His young eyes immediately fixed on the footprints, and his face went pale. "Dad, what made those?" I looked at my father, searching for guidance. How do you explain to a child that the monsters from bedtime stories might be real? How do you balance honesty with the need to provide comfort and security? Dad knelt down to Tommy's level, his weathered hands gentle on the boy's shoulders. "Son, it looks like we've moved into a neighborhood that already has some pretty big residents. We're going to have to learn how to be good neighbors." It was a diplomatic answer that acknowledged the reality without adding to the child's fears. Tommy studied the prints with the fearless curiosity of youth, asking practical questions about size and depth that helped normalize what we were seeing. As the morning progressed, and we completed our examination of the property, several things became clear. First, whatever had visited us during the night possessed intelligence and organization that went far beyond simple animal behavior. The coordinated timing of the calls, the systematic testing of our defenses, and the escalating nature of the harassment all suggested planning and purpose. Second, these entities were not merely passing through our property but seemed to consider it part of their established territory. The thorough nature of their investigation, the multiple approach routes evidenced by the tracks, and the bold proximity of their activities all suggested familiarity with the area. Most unsettling of all was the realization that our arrival had clearly been observed and evaluated. The sequence of events from the initial calls that seemed to announce our presence, to the testing phase with thrown objects, to the aggressive tree knocking, and finally the direct assault on the cabin itself, felt like a deliberate escalation designed to gauge our reactions and determine our threat level. Looking back now, I believe that first night was our introduction to a community we didn't know existed. The initial calls might indeed have been announcements or even greetings, attempts at communication by intelligences that operated by rules we couldn't understand. Our fear and defensiveness, culminating in my shouted challenge from the window, may have been interpreted as hostility. The damage to the tree and the bold approach to our cabin represented a clear message in return. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and under observation. The cessation of activities after my vocal confrontation suggested not retreat, but rather a decision that enough had been communicated for one evening. Standing there in the August morning light studying the evidence of our encounter, I realized that moving to this beautiful, isolated property had involved more than just a change of address. We had relocated to a frontier where the boundaries between the known and unknown were fluid, where ancient intelligences might still roam the deep forests, and where the price of our mountain paradise might be an acknowledgement that we were no longer alone. As I write this account, months after that first terrifying night, I find myself wondering about the true nature of our neighbors in the Ouachita Mountains. Were they the creatures of legend and folklore? Beings that had learned to remain hidden while humanity spread across their ancient territories? Were we dealing with an unknown species that had developed intelligence and social organization beyond our current understanding? The questions remain unanswered, but the evidence remains undeniable. In the deep forests of Arkansas, something watches and waits, something intelligent enough to organize, strong enough to damage trees and shake buildings, and bold enough to approach human dwellings under cover of darkness. We still live in the cabin, though we've made certain modifications to our security and have learned to show proper respect for our unseen neighbors. The encounters continue occasionally, but they've taken on a different character, less aggressive, more observational. Perhaps we've reached an understanding of sorts, an acknowledgement of mutual territory and cautious coexistence. But on quiet nights, when the wind moves through the trees and the forest settles into its ancient rhythms, I sometimes hear those deep, purposeful calls echoing across the darkness. And I know that we are still being watched, still being evaluated by intelligences that knew these mountains long before humans ever walked upright. The Ouachita National Forest keeps its secrets well, but for those willing to listen, it occasionally shares glimpses of wonders and terrors that challenge everything we think we know about the natural world. We are not alone in these mountains, and perhaps we never were. I've never felt like I was enough. It's the same story you've probably heard from countless others before me. When I was presented with what I wanted to do versus what I should probably do, I chose the practical route, joining the rat race because it meant food on the table and the slim chance of having enough income to fund what I really wanted to do. Too bad there's absolutely no sculpting work in Pine Ridge, Colorado, which is where I'm from. Being enrolled at the local community college with an accounting major certainly isn't filling the missing part of myself that seems to keep growing every day. Neither is being stuck driving for rideshare apps to pay for it all, knowing that money could go towards materials, a promoter, or fees to have my work featured at expos over in Denver, but instead goes towards tuition, books, and whatever new software program my professors make us buy, which are only ever used for one semester and never touched again. It kills me inside, especially when it means dealing with all the nonsense I face every day at work. Whether it's rude customers, unprompted one-star ratings, or people leaving garbage in my car, I question why I decided to make driving strangers my means for getting through college in the first place. For every pleasant conversation or good joke, I get about 30 of the aforementioned instances and then some. That particular night in early 2022, no matter how much sleep aid I took, rest wouldn't come. I found myself thrown into another existential spiral, asking myself over and over if I would ever be where I wanted to be in life. I know we've all had those moments, but mine seem to get uglier and uglier the older I get. For those who don't know, when you drive rideshare, you're given the option of participating in a promotion each week. For instance, if you make 50 trips, you earn an extra $200. Or if you drive 70 trips, you make $300, and so on. That night, as I lay awake in bed, knowing I was only a good 5 trips away from making an extra $350, I figured I could get up, complete those rides, and maybe even take a few days off. God knows waking up at 4 in the morning every day makes you appreciate rest on a level you never had before. With that, I grabbed my keys and headed out to work. Fast forward 3.5 hours later, I was in the middle of taking my last customer of the night to his mountainside cabin, having picked him up from Denver. On one hand, I hated these trips because they always took you far out and away from literally everywhere else. On the other hand, they were always a guaranteed hefty fare, plus usually there was a generous tip, if only I had half the money these cabin owners had. The trips were also great for turning your brain off and enjoying the drive, since you wouldn't be on the busy city streets. But tonight, that meant another existential crisis in the form of picturing everyone from high school being in better places than me, actually having moved on and out of Pine Ridge. Thank God the trip was almost over so I could try and blast some music to drown out my thoughts. I dropped off my customer, who generously gave me a $30 cash tip. Upon receiving it, I had to promise myself not to blow half of it on lottery tickets again. I said goodnight and put in the directions back home. The sleep aid may have kicked in later than it should have, and it may have been 3 in the morning, but at least I made my promotion, and I had gas money in my pocket. I looked out the window at the full moon, then below at the city lights in the distance, and at the miles of woods that surrounded me. I thought to myself, if I had to be stuck in some backwoods town with a 4-digit population, at least it's one as gorgeous as this. Driving down a mountain when your eyelids feel like they weigh 100 pounds each is a position you don't want to find yourself in, unless you want to unintentionally give in to that urge to drive off the edge. But rolling down a window is always just the trick for me. I looked down for literally 1 second to find the window switch and crash. I screamed from the sudden noise and the simultaneous thud. The impact sent a violent vibration through my entire body, from my hands gripping the steering wheel to my feet pressed against the pedals. I saw a large mass roll away from the front of my car at incredible speed, stopping in the middle of the road. The headlights illuminated what looked like a dark, motionless form sprawled across the yellow lines. I took a second to collect myself, my hands shaking uncontrollably as adrenaline flooded my system. The metallic taste of fear filled my mouth, and I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears like a drum. At that moment, I thanked my stars that I had full coverage on my car. After taking a moment to breathe and stop the trembling, I came to the realization that whatever I hit was probably dead, judging from its lack of movement. The night air was unnaturally quiet. No insects chirping, no wind rustling through the trees, just an eerie stillness that made the hair on my arms stand up. Figuring leaving a dead deer in the middle of a downward mountain road could mean life or death for another driver, I got out of the car to drag it off the road. After briefly analyzing the damage to my bumper and hood, a spider web of cracks across the headlight, a significant dent in the metal that would cost me hundreds to repair, I turned to move what I assumed was a deer to the side of the road. At about 30 feet away, I thought to myself, how am I going to move this thing? I can barely see it from here. The darkness seemed to swallow the form whole, making it appear and disappear depending on how the moonlight hit it. As I walked closer, each step crunching on gravel that sounded unnaturally loud in the silence, I took notice of something that made my stomach clench with unease. This deer looked to have black fur. Nothing unheard of, I thought, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Nothing I'd ever personally seen before, but surely it wasn't an impossibility. At 20 feet away, I began to understand that this was not a deer. This animal was absolutely massive. Judging it from that distance, all splayed out on the ground as it was, it could easily clock in at 7 or 8 feet in length. The sheer size of it made my mouth go dry, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cool mountain air. Is it a grizzly bear? I wondered to myself. A really dark-furred grizzly bear. That had to be what I hit. I'd never once heard of a grizzly bear encounter in Colorado, but stranger things had happened. 10 feet away, I could see scraggly, matted fur and pointed ears that jutted up at unnatural angles. This wasn't a bear either. The ears were too long, too sharp, more like those of a German shepherd but scaled up to an impossible size. The fur looked coarse and dirty, like it hadn't been groomed in months, with patches missing that revealed scarred, leathery skin underneath. So what the hell did I hit? But then I saw it move. The ribcage expanded slowly, deliberately, like something taking its first breath after holding it for an eternity. I stopped dead in my tracks, every muscle in my body tensing simultaneously. This creature got up as if waking from a long nap. showing no physical evidence of getting hit by a 2,000-pound vehicle at 30 miles per hour. It rose first to its haunches, then slowly, methodically stood up on its hind legs and faced me. The movement was fluid yet wrong, like watching a person stand up but with joints that bent in ways human joints shouldn't. I know I'm not crazy. The full moon was out on a cloudless night, casting everything in stark silver relief. This was not a case of me seeing things or my mind playing tricks on me. What stared me down was 8 feet tall, with blood-red eyes that seemed to glow with their own internal light. They weren't reflecting the moonlight. They were producing their own hellish illumination like 2 burning coals embedded in a skull. The teeth that protruded from its muzzle were easily 3 inches long, yellowed with age and stained with something dark that I didn't want to think about. Its claws, which it flexed as it regarded me, would put a grizzly bear's to shame. Black, curved talons that looked capable of tearing through steel. My heart felt as if it stopped entirely, then began beating so hard I was certain the creature could hear it. We both just stood there, frozen in a moment that felt like it lasted hours. The air between us was thick with tension and something else, a smell that was part wet dog, part decay, and part something indescribably wrong. Then it hit me like a physical blow. There's no way in the world I was looking at what I thought I was looking at. If what I was thinking was true, I began to wonder how we'd been treating these things as mere legends all this time. I refused to believe that what I was looking at was actually there, standing before me in the flesh. But that didn't change the fact that it was. There were so many unnatural things about this creature that my mind struggled to process them all. From standing on paws like a wolf but wielding arms like a man, complete with opposable thumbs that it was currently using to flex those horrible claws. But above all else, the beast looked so demonic, so fundamentally wrong that every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. The crazed look in its beady red eyes and the way it snarled, with a twisted face contorted into an expression of such pure malice, made it seem like something someone would only encounter in the deepest pits of hell itself. Saliva dripped from its jaws in long viscous strands that caught the moonlight like spider silk. The creature's breathing was heavy and deliberate, each exhalation creating small clouds of vapor that dissipated slowly in the cold air. I instinctively uttered, "Oh God." The beast's ears perked up at the sound of my voice, and it tilted its head to one side like a curious dog. If dogs stood 8 feet tall and looked like they'd crawled out of humanity's worst nightmares, I foolishly wondered if, perhaps like with demonic entities, invoking God's name would be enough to ward off the creature. Just above a whisper, I said, "God help me," again. I had visualized what would happen so easily. It would grimace, shake its head, then just run off into the woods. But I was dead wrong. Instead, I swear that thing smiled at me, the most hideous and deranged smile I've ever seen or ever will see, revealing rows of teeth that seemed to go back impossibly far into its throat. It was as if it was amused by my prayer, entertained by my desperation. The smile stretched its muzzle in ways that looked anatomically impossible, creating deep creases in its face that looked like old scars. Slowly, I took a step back, keeping eye contact. I'd recalled this from my time spent at summer camp when I was a kid. Keep eye contact and don't break into a run and panic. The creature mirrored my actions, taking a step toward me with deliberate, measured movements. Its gait was wrong, too fluid for something so large, like it was floating rather than walking. I took 2 steps back. It took 2 steps forward, the sound of its claws clicking against the asphalt echoing through the night air. Each step sent vibrations through the ground that I could feel through the soles of my shoes. Then I got an idea. I took a step to the side and 2 steps back, but the creature just took 2 steps forward, drool dripping from its fangs and hitting the pavement with audible splashes. The acidic smell of its saliva reached my nostrils, making me gag involuntarily. Then I gathered what little courage I had left and took 1 step forward. The creature didn't move. Instead, it lowered itself slightly, like a cat preparing to pounce, muscles bunching under its matted fur. That's when I realized my mistake. I'd just triggered its predator instincts. Then I turned and sprinted toward the car, hearing massive footsteps sprinting behind me. What happened next only took maybe 3 seconds to transpire, but it felt as if an eternity passed. As I was 20 feet away from the car, its steps were loud and powerful, each one creating a small crater in the asphalt. I could feel the earth shaking beneath its feet, the vibrations traveling up through my legs. At 10 feet away, the power in its step was cut in half, but its speed had tripled as I heard it drop from 2 legs to 4 with a heavy thud that sounded like a boulder hitting the ground. The change in its movement pattern was terrifying. What had been deliberate and menacing was now pure, predatory efficiency. 5 feet away, I stuck my arm out to grab the car door, which thank God I'd left open. I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck, could smell the rotten meat on its breath, the decay and death that seemed to emanate from its very being. The stench was so overwhelming that my eyes began to water, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. I jumped into my car, slamming the door shut and locking it. But the beast was so close to me that I caught its muzzle in the door before closing it completely. The creature let out a roar of pain and rage that shattered the remaining silence of the night, a sound so loud and filled with fury that it made my ears ring. I only realized the true terror of what happened next later on. The creature began trying to open my door with the handle, its claws scraping against the metal as it fumbled with the mechanism. The fact that I was facing a creature with such strength, speed, and senses, now paired with the intelligence of a human being, would later make my skin crawl with a fear so deep it felt like it was carved into my bones. It punched its massive clawed fist through the window, sending glass shards flying into my face and lap. I felt several small cuts open up on my cheek, the warm trickle of blood mixing with the cold sweat already covering my skin. I shifted into drive and floored the gas pedal, almost causing my transmission to slip as the engine screamed in protest. I screeched away from the creature, more shaken up than I'd ever been in my entire life. I'd hidden in cellars from tornadoes as a kid, and I'd had a close encounter with a predator when I was 12, but nothing had left my core as brittle and broken as this encounter. As I sped away, tires squealing against the asphalt, I thought I was safe, but I was dead wrong. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw 2 glowing red eyes following me, getting larger and brighter with each passing second. This monster was still chasing me, and on all fours it had no problem keeping up with my car. The sight of those eyes in my mirror, never wavering, never falling behind, filled me with a despair so complete that I momentarily considered just giving up. I pressed harder on the gas, going 60 now. I flashed back to hearing about a classmate in high school who died in a crash after going 50 on a downward mountainside road. The irony wasn't lost on me. I might die in the exact same way, but for a completely different reason. The beast went from directly behind my car to right beside me, running alongside my vehicle like some hellish escort. I was going 70 then, and the creature moved with such grace and power that it looked almost effortless. Its red eyes never left me, boring into me with an intensity that made me feel like my soul was being flayed. I sped up to 80, and it still showed no difficulty keeping up with me. It was so close now that I could see the individual muscles working under its fur, could see the way its mouth hung open, tongue lolling out as it ran. With no glass window any longer to offer even the most pathetic barrier between me and it, I was completely exposed. I saw those red eyes up close, and I realized that what I'd mistaken for anger or hatred was something far worse. It was hunger, not just for food, but for violence, for the kill itself. This thing didn't just want to eat me, it wanted to tear me apart slowly, to savor my terror and pain. I knew I had to focus on the road. Going down a mountainside at 80 miles per hour was practically guaranteed death. So I forced myself to look ahead despite every instinct screaming at me to keep watching the monster beside me. I was cautious and crept up to 90, but the beast kept up. Granted, it looked like it was taking some effort to do so now, but nothing that wasn't manageable for this monster. The trees and rocks were flying past me in a blur of silver and black. I swear if I'd let this monster startle me and have my arms twitch in reaction, I would have flown off the edge of that mountain and become nothing more than a twisted piece of metal at the bottom of a ravine. The road began to curve to the left. I had to slow down or risk becoming a statistic. If I didn't reduce my speed, I would certainly die, either from the crash or from whatever this thing would do to me after pulling me from the wreckage. I had no choice but to push down on the brake. The beast caught up again and began to snap its jaws through the broken window. Each chomp was accompanied by a wet, tearing sound, and its viscous drool flew into my face with each attempt to bite me. The saliva burned slightly where it hit my skin, like it was mildly acidic. Then a miracle! Before I had time to even mentally process that it was there, an 18-wheel semi-truck appeared, passing through the oncoming lane, previously hidden by the curve of the mountainside. The beast noticed and moved away as much as it could, but we were both going so fast it could only go so far. It slowed down and moved a bit to the right, but the truck hit it with a sound like thunder. I watched it launch into the air like a rag doll, its body spinning end over end before disappearing into the darkness beyond the road. I gave a nervous laugh of relief, though part of me wondered if even that would be enough to stop this thing. If I'd been given more time to actually let everything that happened sink in, I would have cried. I thought to myself that this would make one hell of a story to tell. A story that, unbeknownst to me at the time, had hardly begun. A few minutes passed, and while I may have lost the creature, I was still driving way too fast down the mountain to avoid any chance of it catching up. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten about a deep puddle that I remembered spotting on the way up the mountain. Before I knew it, water shot up from the sides of my car, and any control I had was lost. I crashed into the metal barrier, and by some divine intervention, I was going slow enough that I didn't end up catapulting myself over the edge of the mountain. After collecting myself for what felt like the millionth time in the past hour, I knew that my car was definitely finished, judging by all the warning lights that had illuminated my dashboard like a Christmas tree. I got out of my car and didn't even bother to look at the damage. Every panel I could see was dented or scraped, and steam was rising from under the hood. I took out my phone, screenshotted my coordinates, and figured I'd call my insurance company the next day. I looked at how far away I was from my house. To my surprise, I was only a 5-mile walk away from my own place. I lived right at the edge of the woods that I was standing in front of, so I made the decision to walk home through the forest. I just wanted to keep moving, get home as soon as possible rather than wait around in my disabled car for a tow truck, playing with the chance of that creature finding me again. So into the woods I went, each step taking me deeper into what felt like the monster's natural domain. 2 hours later, I had about a mile to a mile and a half left of walking before I reached my house. I was still having trouble comprehending everything that had happened on that mountain. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find explanations. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe the moonlight had played tricks on me. Maybe the trauma had made me see things that weren't really there. But deep down, I knew exactly what I had encountered. The way it had moved, the intelligence in its eyes, the deliberate way it had tried to open my car door. No ordinary animal behaved like that. The thought that such creatures actually existed, that they were real and walking among us, made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. Was I understanding this correctly? Were the old legends true? Why had it wanted to kill me so badly? Was that trucker who hit it okay? These questions could only be asked every 20 minutes or so. If I thought about them for too long, then every sound I heard in the distance would have my heart beating out of my chest all over again. I decided that what was over, and that I would focus my thoughts on literally anything else. So I began to think about which frozen dinner I would heat up when I got home. God knows I wouldn't be able to sleep for the next week, if ever. As I walked deeper into the woods, following a familiar hiking trail I'd used since childhood, I noticed something that made every hair on my body stand on end. The crickets, owls, and every other woodland animal went completely silent all at once. It was as if someone had turned off a radio. One moment the forest was alive with its usual nighttime symphony, and the next there was nothing but the sound of my own footsteps on the leaf-covered path. The lesson from summer camp came crashing down on me like a boulder. If everything just went silent like that, there was a good chance that meant a large predator was nearby. My mouth went dry, and I could taste copper, the metallic flavor of pure fear. Then I heard it, the sound that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. The loudest, most unholy howl echoed through the woods. This was nothing like any wolf howl I'd ever heard, or even those found in typical horror movies. This sounded so unnatural, so filled with pain and rage, that it seemed to come from something that had been tortured for centuries. The howl started low and built to a crescendo that seemed to shake the very trees around me. It was the sound of something that was in constant agony but had learned to use that pain as fuel for its hatred. The notes were wrong too. They wavered and cracked in ways that no earthly throat should be able to produce. I stopped dead in my tracks, feeling my heart sink into my stomach while doing so, because that howl didn't sound very far away. In fact, it sounded like it was coming from multiple directions at once, as if the creature was somehow surrounding me. The echo effect in the forest made it impossible to pinpoint the exact location, which only made it more terrifying. I stood motionless for a moment, every nerve in my body screaming at me to run. Then, without thinking, I just took off, crashing through the underbrush like a madman. Back on the mountain, everything had happened so fast and so suddenly that I didn't have time to process it all. I'd been numbed by adrenaline combined with fight-or-flight instinct. But now that I'd calmed down somewhat, and I knew that it was approaching again, my mind began to run along with my body. It had found me. It had survived a hit from a semi-truck, something that should have killed any living creature, and it had tracked me down. It must have caught my scent and gone out of its way to hunt me down like some sort of supernatural bloodhound. Another howl, so much closer this time that I could hear the individual notes vibrating through the air. Even with thick woods to navigate through and an infinite number of low-hanging branches to dodge, this monster was making serious ground at an alarming rate. I could hear it crashing through the forest behind me, breaking branches that would require significant force to snap. 1 second I was running, the next I was on my back, warm liquid dripping down my face. It took a moment for me to comprehend what had happened in the haze of panic and pain, but I quickly figured out I'd run straight into one of the lower hanging branches. The impact had been solid enough to knock me completely off my feet, and when I touched my forehead, my fingers came away slick with blood. I slowly got up, my head spinning from the impact. Things were quiet again, but not as ominously quiet as before. To my side, I could hear the sound of rushing water. There was a waterfall, maybe 30 feet in height, about 10 feet from where I'd fallen, and a rather rapidly flowing river at the bottom of it. The white noise of the falling water was almost comforting after the supernatural silence that had preceded it. For a second, the sound of rushing water calmed me down. The familiar noise reminded me of family camping trips when I was younger, when the biggest worry I had was whether my marshmallow would catch fire. But that moment of peace was shattered when I heard a deep and guttural growl that seemed to come from the very bowels of hell itself. If pure malice and malevolence could be brought to life through sound, that's exactly what I heard emanating from the darkness behind me. It wasn't a short growl lasting a second or two. This went on for what felt like minutes, growing more and more aggressive with each passing moment. The sound built in intensity until it felt like it was coming from inside my own head, vibrating through my skull and down into my bones. I knew that running was no longer a viable option. The creature was too close, too fast, and I was already injured and disoriented from my collision with the branch. I only had two realistic ways out of this: jump down into the river below, or climb up the tree that had just knocked me senseless. I had no idea how deep the river was or what kind of rocks might be lurking beneath the surface. If the water was too shallow, or if I landed wrong, I knew that a 30-foot fall would mess me up badly enough that I'd have no chance of making it out of the woods alive. But staying on the ground meant certain death. With that realization, I jumped as high as I could, grabbing a branch above the one I'd run into, and pulling myself up with strength I didn't know I still possessed. My arms burned with the effort, and I could feel my hands being scraped raw by the rough bark. But I managed to haul myself up just as the beast leaped out of the underbrush. If I'd waited even one more second, it would have tackled me to the ground, and this story would have ended very differently. I started climbing the tree as fast as my battered body would allow, praying with every fiber of my being that this thing wouldn't follow me up. The bark was rough and provided good handholds, but my palms were already slick with sweat and blood from my earlier fall. making each grip uncertain and potentially fatal. How wrong I was about the creature's limitations. With absolute ease, the monster began climbing after me, following me up the tree like some sort of 8-foot-tall demonic squirrel. Its claws found purchase in the bark effortlessly, and it moved with a fluid grace that defied its massive size. It moved slower when climbing than when running, so I did have more of a chance of staying ahead of it, but it was still far faster than I could manage. My muscles were already burning from exertion and terror, while this thing seemed to have an endless reservoir of energy fueled by its hatred. I looked down at it as I climbed, and the sight nearly caused me to lose my grip entirely. I could see bits of fabric hanging from its teeth, torn pieces of clothing that looked disturbingly fresh. I prayed that wasn't from the trucker who had hit it, though the dark stains on the fabric suggested otherwise. Up in the tree with no car for protection and no possibility of outrunning this monster, flight was no longer a viable option. Then I came up with quite possibly the craziest idea I'd ever had in my life. With no more than a second's worth of planning, I made a decision that was either going to save my life or end it in the most spectacular way possible. I jumped off the branch I was on, pulling my knees in as close to my chest as possible. For a moment I was in free fall, watching the creature's red eyes grow larger as I plummeted toward it. Then, at the last possible second, I shot my legs out as straight and as fast as I could, aiming for the center of the creature's mass. Somehow, despite it outweighing me by at least 150 pounds, I was able to knock it out of the tree. The impact sent shock waves through my legs and up into my spine, but the satisfaction of seeing the surprise in those glowing red eyes made it worth it. The thing tumbled to the ground with a crash that shook the earth, then rolled right off the cliff into the rapids below. The sound it made as it hit the water was tremendous, a splash followed by what sounded like boulders being thrown around in a washing machine. Miraculously, I was able to grab onto a branch after kicking the creature, avoiding the same fate by mere inches. The branch held my weight, though barely, and I could feel the tree sap making my hands sticky as I struggled to maintain my grip. The thick resinous substance actually helped me hold on better than I'd expected. The water below was moving so fast that I only caught a glimpse of the creature being swept away in the distance, its dark form disappearing around a bend in the river. For a moment, I allowed myself to hope that this was finally over, that the current would carry it so far away that I'd never see it again. I let go of the branch, hitting the ground much harder than I'd anticipated. The impact drove the air from my lungs and sent jolts of pain up through my legs, but I was alive and the monster was gone. My only goal now was to get out of these woods as soon as possible, so that's exactly what I did. I pressed forward, traumatized to the point of mental and emotional numbness. The beast might have been swept away, but everything about it was still haunting me, embedded in the darkest corners of my psyche like shards of glass. Every sound I heard was that unholy howl. Every little reflection of light was those cursed red eyes. Even the memory of the stench of its breath had taken up permanent residence in my nostrils, a smell of decay and death that I feared I might never be rid of. After what felt like an eternity to my aching feet, yet only minutes to my traumatized mind, I made it out of the woods, and there it was, sitting in its little clearing like a beacon of hope, home. Even the feelings of misery and dissatisfaction that usually plagued me in that house were completely absent. In their place stood sanctuary and safety, concepts that had taken on entirely new meaning after this night. The fall from the branch had left my ankle sore and possibly sprained, so I limped toward my house as quickly as my injury would allow. There was a field between my house and the woods that stretched about half a football field, and I was maybe 3/4 of the way across when I felt it again. That sensation of being watched, of being hunted, at that point, it was unmistakable. In hindsight, maybe I'd heard footsteps before, the soft padding of massive paws on grass, but I'll never know for sure. When I turned around, there it was, standing on its hind legs at the edge of the tree line like some sort of guardian demon. I could see how heavily it was breathing even from that distance, could see its chest rising and falling with labored breaths. Water dripped from its matted fur, and there were fresh cuts and scrapes on its hide from its trip down the river. But it was very much alive and very much still focused on me. It was then that I knew, with absolute certainty, that this creature did not seek me out of hunger, but out of pure, undiluted hatred. Something about me had triggered a response in this monster that went beyond simple predator and prey. This was personal. Just as before, we both stood there motionless, predator and prey locked in a moment of mutual recognition. This time, it made the first move, dropping onto all fours and running as quickly as it could toward me across the open field. Its speed was even more terrifying in the open space. There were no trees to slow it down, no obstacles to impede its progress. I still believe that the adrenaline that exploded inside me at that moment was enough to suppress the injury I'd sustained to my ankle. And that was nothing short of divine intervention. I ran to my back door, ignoring the screaming pain in my leg. The beast was practically on top of me in seconds, its footsteps so close I could feel the vibrations through the ground. I knew my door was locked, but I also knew where I kept the spare key. I ran up to the door and picked up the potted plant next to it. I know, not the smartest place to keep your spare key, but in a small town like Pine Ridge, there really wasn't much need for top-tier security. I knew I wouldn't have time to unlock the door properly, so I did something that may have turned out to be a mistake. It was either be torn to pieces right there on my doorstep or take a stand, so I chose to fight back. I took the heavy ceramic pot and threw it straight at the monster's face. By then it was only 10 feet from me, so it was by no means a lucky shot. The pot connected with a satisfying crack, sending soil and ceramic shards flying in all directions. The creature definitely wasn't expecting it. It whipped back after the impact, letting out a roar of surprise and pain. I used the precious seconds I had while it was stunned to fumble with the key and get inside my house. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock, but somehow I managed it. I turned around, beginning to close the door behind me. I got it just 3 inches from being fully closed when something began to push against it from the outside. That creature was far stronger than me. Its raw power was incredible, and it was able to inch the door open against my full body weight. I knew that I couldn't win this contest of strength. My feet were sliding on the hardwood floor as the creature pushed against the door with relentless force. I took the chain lock, and, right in the nick of time, I was able to latch it onto the keeper, stopping the door from opening any farther. The beast, however, wasted no time adapting to this new obstacle. It used the entire mass of its body to ram against the door, the impact rattling the entire frame of my house. The first hit shook dust from the top of the door frame and knocked pictures off the nearby wall. The second one made the keeper on the wall loosen visibly, and I could see the screws starting to pull out of the wood. Between the second and third impacts, I managed to close the door completely and engage the deadbolt. It hit the door a third time, but the solid wood held. The fourth hit accomplished nothing but another thunderous boom. After a fifth and unsuccessful attempt, the assault stopped completely. I dared not look out the window to see if it had given up. The mere sight of me seemed to anger the creature beyond reason, and I didn't want to provoke it further. Instead, I made my way upstairs to the second floor, intending to peek out the window from behind the safety of my bedroom curtains. Halfway up the stairs, I nearly had a heart attack. A loud crash shattered the short-lived silence, the sound of breaking glass mixing with the splintering of wood. The monster must have burst through my kitchen window, and from the sounds of destruction that followed, it was making itself at home among my belongings. With no time to recover from the shock, I ran up the remaining stairs and into my bedroom, where I kept my .38 special revolver for home defense. I made it to my room, closed and locked the door behind me, though I knew it wouldn't hold the creature for long if it decided to come upstairs. Then I hurried to my bedside table drawer and pulled out my gun, my hand shaking so violently I could barely grip it properly. After turning off the safety with trembling fingers, I checked the cylinder. It was fully loaded with 6 rounds. I hoped it would be enough, though given everything I'd witnessed tonight, I had serious doubts that even a direct hit would stop this monster. I could hear all sorts of furniture crashing and glass breaking downstairs. The sounds of systematic destruction as the creature tore through my home. It sounded like it was searching for something or someone. I figured if that rampage was keeping it occupied for now, so be it. But of course it didn't last. Eventually the creature came for the one thing it really wanted, me. I heard it slowly stomp its way up my stairs, the old wooden steps creaking and groaning under its massive weight. I could tell it was on its hind legs again, judging by the deliberate pace and the heavy footfalls. Each step sounded like a death knell, bringing my doom closer and closer. Memories of cowering at the very thought of the boogeyman when I was a kid came rushing back to me as I now hid in my room, trembling on the verge of tears. The rational adult part of my mind kept insisting that monsters weren't real, but the evidence of my senses told a very different story. It systematically broke down the door to my study room, and I could hear it trashing the space much like it had done downstairs. Books were torn from shelves, my computer was smashed against the wall, and my desk was overturned with a crash that shook the entire house. Then the bathroom door was destroyed with similar efficiency. The creature was methodical in its search, checking every room to ensure I had nowhere left to hide. It knew I was up here somewhere, and it was going to find me no matter how long it took. I knew that even with all 6 rounds, a creature that big and that ferocious would not be easily taken down. With the way it seemed to shrug off getting hit by a car, launched by a semi-truck and falling down a cliff into rapid waters, 6 bullets would at best briefly slow it down. I knew I was going to die. This thing was going to knock down every door until it found me. And if I was lucky, I'd get in 4, maybe 5 shots before it tore me apart with those horrible claws. Then I remembered that my bedroom was directly above the steel cellar doors outside my home. If I did what I had in mind, there truly would be no other option left. All I could do after that would be to pray that this beast had had enough for the night and would simply go away. As it knocked down the door to my storage room with a crash that rattled my teeth, I tucked the revolver between my belt and waist and opened my bedroom window. The cool night air hit my face, offering a brief respite from the stuffiness of fear and terror that had filled my room. I stuck my feet out first and dropped myself to the ground below. The adrenaline from earlier had long since faded, and my already injured ankle protested violently as I hit the earth. I stumbled to my cellar doors, my entire body screaming in pain and exhaustion. I looked up just in time to see the beast sticking its massive head out my bedroom window, sniffing the air like a bloodhound. Its red eyes scanned the darkness below until they found me, and when they did, it let out a snarl that chilled me to my very core. With a growl that sounded like it came from the depths of hell itself, it brandished those bloody teeth in what might have been a smile. I almost froze entirely at that moment, paralyzed by the sheer malevolence in its gaze. It pulled its head back inside, and I knew it was coming for me. This was my last chance. I yanked open the heavy cellar doors and practically threw myself down the concrete steps, slamming the doors shut above me and engaging the heavy-duty locks. This cellar had been built to withstand Category 4 tornadoes, with reinforced steel doors and concrete walls thick enough to stop a tank. But even those monstrous storms were natural phenomena. This was something else entirely. The creature burst through my bedroom window seconds later, crashing down on the ground above the cellar with an impact that I felt through the concrete floor. Almost immediately, it began banging against the doors with the full force of its body, each impact sending vibrations through the entire structure. I wish I could tell you how many times that thing hurled itself against the cellar doors, but I honestly lost count after 40. The sound was like being inside a drum during an earthquake, a constant barrage of impacts that made my ears ring and my bones ache. By the time I'd counted to 40, the heavy steel doors had already begun to bend inward, the metal groaning and protesting under the relentless assault. That memory serves as my personal definition of hell. A creature with nothing more than a hunger for violence, slowly breaking its way into your final refuge, while you cower in the darkness knowing that it's only a matter of time. Each impact brought those doors closer to failure, brought me closer to a death that would be neither quick nor merciful. I could see the locks starting to strain, could hear the metal beginning to fatigue under the constant stress. Suddenly, there was a pause. A minute passed in blessed silence, and after having a moment to process my situation, I decided that if I was going to die, I wasn't going to go out cowering in a hole like a frightened animal. I'd never felt as if I'd done enough with my life anyway, and I decided then that for once I was going to take control and prove to myself that I had it in me to not let something keep me down. I would use this moment of quiet to catch the creature by surprise. It seemed as if one of us had to die for this to end, and I was going to do whatever it took to ensure that wasn't me. I burst open the cellar doors, raising my gun and ready to empty every round into that monster's hide. But the creature was gone. I frantically looked around, scanning every shadow and checking even back up at my broken bedroom window. It wasn't there any longer. Then I noticed something that filled me with more relief than I'd ever felt in my entire life. Dawn had broken. Sweet, blessed sunlight was starting to shine over the tops of the trees, overtaking the darkness of night, a sight I truly never thought I'd see again. I collapsed to the ground, crying with relief and exhaustion. I had survived, whatever that thing was, wherever it had come from. I had lived through an encounter that should have killed me a dozen times over. That day, I took care of my car situation, filing both auto and homeowners insurance claims. I referred to the house incident as a break-in, knowing that the truth would never be believed. I checked myself into a hotel about a mile away from my house while repairs were underway. At the front desk, when the clerk asked if I had any preference for my room, I made sure to request something on the top floor. After assuring them that my ankle injury was minor and that I could handle the stairs, I made my way to my room. For the first time in years, I had no trouble falling asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I woke up in the middle of the night and found myself drawn to the window. Despite the distance, I was almost certain that I saw a dark shape moving around my house. I tried to shrug it off, knowing there was no way to be certain what it was from that far away. But then I heard what could easily be mistaken for a train whistle echoing across the valley. But I knew in my gut what that sound really was, that same unholy howl that had haunted me through the woods. Almost as if to confirm my fears, as soon as the howl faded, the dark shape made its way back into the woods behind my house. That was enough for me to start looking at cheap, out-of-state apartments. I moved to Arizona 3 weeks later, putting as much distance as possible between myself and Pine Ridge, Colorado. But sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and the wind is just right, I swear I can still hear that howl carried on the desert air. Some things I've learned don't respect boundaries like state lines. They follow you wherever you go. The fog rolled in thick as I pulled up to the ranger station, the first rays of dawn barely penetrating the dense forest of towering evergreens. Another day, another patrol. But something felt different this morning as I grabbed my pack and headed inside. "Morning, Sam," I said to my fellow ranger as I entered. Sam looked up from his coffee, dark circles under his eyes. "Rough night?" I asked. He shook his head. "Weird dreams. That old Native American guy John Redtree stopped by yesterday, spouting his usual warnings, but it got to me for some reason." I frowned. John Redtree lived on the nearby reservation. He often came by with gloomy tales of those who walk like men but aren't, old folklore and superstitions, we assumed. But something in Sam's tired eyes gave me pause. "Come on," I said. "I'll buy you breakfast in town. Then we'll walk the northern loop. Fresh air will do you good." Sam agreed and we headed out, the mist swirling around us. Little did I know the horrors that awaited us in the woods that day. The maples blazed crimson and orange as Sam and I hiked the trail, dew clinging to the ferns and underbrush. It was beautiful, but an eerie quiet hung over the forest. Not even a bird chirped. "So what did old John say that spooked you?" I asked. Sam hesitated. "He said people have been disappearing more than usual. Not just hard-partying campers getting lost, experienced hikers. He thinks something is out there stalking them." An icy chill crept down my spine despite my jacket. We'd had an unusually high number of missing persons reports this year. I chalked it up to people being stupid in the woods. But what if there was more to it? "Look, John means well," I assured Sam. "But you can't let some old stories get to you. We'll keep our eyes peeled, but I'm sure there's a rational explanation." Sam nodded, unconvinced. Just then a twig snapped in the undergrowth nearby. We both whipped around, pulling out our bear spray, but there was nothing there. Probably just a deer, I said, trying to sound confident. But my gut told me something was wrong. The sooner we finished our patrol and got out of these woods, the better. The fog began to lift as the sun climbed higher, dappling the forest floor with light. But despite the brightening day, a shadow hung over my thoughts. John Redtree's warning gnawed at me. As if reading my mind, Sam spoke up. "Remember that kid who went missing 2 summers ago? The Eagle Scout?" I nodded grimly. Ethan Hayes, age 16. His troop had been camping in a remote part of the forest. One night, Ethan left his tent and never returned. We'd combed the area for a week but found no trace of him. It was like he vanished into thin air. "I ran into his mom in town last month," Sam continued quietly. "She's still desperate for answers. Thinks we didn't do enough to find Ethan." Guilt twisted my stomach. I knew we'd done all we could, but it still felt like failure. How many grieving families were out there, not knowing what happened to their loved ones? We walked on in heavy silence for a while. Around noon, we stopped at an overlook to eat our lunches, a sweeping view of gold and rust-colored hills stretching to the horizon. But even that did little to lift the unease that had settled over us. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the autumn stillness. It sounded close. Sam and I leapt to our feet, our hands on our radios. "Hello?" I called out. "This is the park ranger. Is someone there? Do you need help?" But only silence answered us. The hairs on my arms stood up. Something was very wrong. I unclipped my radio, about to call for backup, when I saw it. There, on the trail below us, was a single hiking boot lying on its side. As if it had been torn from someone's foot, dark red blood stained the toe. "Wait here," I told Sam. "I'm going to check it out. Radio for backup and keep watch." My heart pounded as I approached the boot, my senses on high alert. Up close, I could see the leather was badly mangled, like it had been chewed. "Don't jump to conclusions," I told myself. It could be a bear attack, or maybe just a lost hiker. But something about that lone bloody boot filled me with dread. I crept further down the trail, bear spray at the ready, searching for any other signs of a struggle, or the hiker the boot belonged to. But there was nothing. No torn clothing, no broken branches. The forest was utterly still. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around to see a dark shape moving between the trees. "Hello? I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help." The figure moved into a shaft of light, and I let out a breath. It was a man, haggard and disheveled, his flannel shirt and jeans caked with mud, but human. "Sir, are you all right? What happened?" I asked, lowering my bear spray. He stared at me, wide-eyed and mute with terror. Then he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "It's not human. You need to run, now." An inhuman shriek split the air, turning my blood to ice. The man turned and bolted. I stood frozen in shock for a split second before my training kicked in. I took off after him, crashing through the undergrowth and shouting into my radio. "Sam, we've got an emergency situation. I need you to—" A roar cut me off. The man screamed. I burst into a small clearing just in time to see a nightmarish creature pounce on him from the shadows. It was vaguely canine, but no dog I'd ever seen. Matted fur covered a gaunt, almost skeletal body. Razor claws tore into the man's flesh as he thrashed helplessly beneath the beast. But worst of all was its face. The thing had the head of a man, with intelligent, cruel eyes and a twisted snarl of a mouth. I swear it grinned as it turned its gaze on me, the man's blood dripping from its maw. My brain told me to run, but my body had other ideas. On instinct, I raised the bear spray and fired. The creature shrieked as the capsaicin-laced mist hit its eyes. In an instant, it bounded off into the woods, leaving me alone with the mangled remains of the hiker. Hands shaking, I reached for my radio. "Sam, we have a fatality, and we've got a big problem, really big." "What the hell was that thing?" Sam demanded when I made it back to the lookout. The hiker's body slung over my shoulders. "And where is it now?" I shook my head, laying the man down. His face was unrecognizable. "I don't know," I admitted. "It was like a giant dog, but—" But what? Sam pressed. I swallowed. It had a human face, Sam, like something out of a nightmare. And the way it looked at me, it was intelligent, cunning. Sam's face went white, just like John Redtree's stories. You don't think? Neither of us wanted to say it out loud. That Native American legends could be real, that something sinister and decidedly not human stalked these woods. We need to call this in, I said hoarsely. Search and rescue, local law enforcement, anyone who will listen. If that thing is what's been taking people, I didn't need to finish the thought. Sam was already on the radio, frantically relaying the situation. I looked down at the dead man at my feet and felt my resolve harden. I didn't care if the higher-ups thought I was crazy. I wouldn't let this happen to anyone else. By mid-afternoon, the woods crawled with search teams, dogs, and even a helicopter. But the creature seemed to have vanished. All we found were a few more scraps of bloody clothing. As night fell, we made camp at the lookout post. I stoked the fire, casting uneasy glances at the tree line. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't relax. Every snap of a twig made me reach for my gun. Maybe we should have listened closer to Redtree's warnings, Sam murmured, poking at a can of beans. Before I could respond, a harrowing howl cut through the darkness. But it was no wolf or coyote. Judging by the wide-eyed look Sam gave me, he recognized it too. That sounded close, he whispered. I stood up, cold sweat prickling my back. Then I heard it, a sound I'll never forget, a sound no animal could make. Laughter, human laughter, coming from the shadows just beyond our firelight. Ice filled my veins as I raised my gun into the abyss with trembling hands. We were no longer the hunters, we were the prey. "Come on out, you bastard," I shouted, my voice tight with fear. The laughter cut off abruptly. Sam and I strained to hear over the pounding of our hearts. But the night was deathly silent. Even the usual chirping insects seemed to be holding their breath. 1 minute stretched into 2. The fire popped, making us both flinch. I began to wonder if I had imagined it. Then a rustling came from our left, like something large moving through the brush. I swung my gun around, finger hovering over the trigger. "There," Sam hissed. I caught a flash of pale skin and dark fur before the creature burst into the open, barreling straight for us with inhuman speed. Time seemed to slow down. I took aim, the beast's grotesque face filling my sights, its eyes boring into mine with uncanny intelligence. I fired. The gunshot cracked through the night, and the creature stumbled, dark blood spraying the autumn leaves. But impossibly, horrifically, it kept coming. "Move," I yelled, diving out of the way as the beast crashed into our camp in a whirlwind of claws and teeth. Embers scattered, and our tent collapsed as the creature thrashed, looking for its prey. In the chaos, I lost sight of Sam. I could only hope he had gotten clear. Snarling, the beast rounded on me, one eye a bloody ruin. Up close, it was even more nightmarish. Its wolfish body was humanoid, and far too gaunt. I could see every rib, every vertebrae straining against its hide. I raised my gun again, aiming for the head this time, but in a flash the creature lunged, faster than anything that big had a right to move. Claws raked my arm, and my gun went flying. I scrambled backwards, groping for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a burning log from the scattered campfire. With a roar, I swung it at the beast's misshapen head. The creature shrieked as its mangy fur caught fire, the stench of burning hair filling the air. To my shock, it spoke. "You cannot stop us, human," it snarled, its voice a guttural growl that no man or animal could produce. "This is our land, our hunting ground." Then it turned and fled into the night, trailing flames and smoke. I sagged back against a tree, my whole body shaking. The creature's words rang in my ears. Us, our land. A horrible realization began to dawn on me. This beast was not alone. Did that thing just talk? Sam emerged from the underbrush, his eyes wild. I nodded mutely, clutching my bleeding arm. Speaking seemed beyond me at the moment. "We need to get out of here," Sam said. "Regroup with the others, tell them what we saw." "We can't leave," I said hoarsely. "You heard it. There's more than one of those things out there. and they've been hunting people on this land for God knows how long." Sam looked like he wanted to argue, but the determined set of my jaw must have stopped him. He knew me well enough to know I wouldn't be swayed. "Fine," he relented. "But we can't take them on alone. We need help. Weapons." I thought of John Redtree and his uncanny warnings. I think I know where to start. Dawn was just breaking as we pulled up to Redtree's small cabin on the outskirts of the reservation. Smoke curled from the chimney, and a raven perched on the mailbox cawed raucously at our approach. John answered the door on the second knock, unsurprised to see us. "You've met the Walkers," he said simply, taking in our haggard appearance. "Is that what those things are called?" I asked, as he ushered us inside. The cabin was warm and smelled of sage. "What the hell are they?" John settled into a chair, his weathered face grim. "They are not of this world. Not entirely. My people have stories, passed down through generations, of creatures that walk the line between man and beast, the embodiment of nature's fury. The embodiment of my nightmares, more like," Sam muttered. John ignored him. "The old stories say they are a punishment for the disrespect and destruction man has wrought on the land. The Walkers prey on those who venture too deep into the wild, consume them, become them." An icy horror crept through my veins as I remembered the creature's half-human face. The missing hikers, never found. "Dear God, how do we stop them?" I asked, my voice raw. Here John hesitated, conflict flickering in his dark eyes. "There are ways, old ways, but it will not be easy. These creatures, they can only be harmed by weapons imbued with magic, blessed by our shamans." Sam exploded out of his seat. "Magic? Are you serious? People are dying and you want to fight monsters with mumbo-jumbo?" "Sam," I warned. "No, this is insane. We need firepower, not fairy tales. I'm calling for backup." Sam stormed out of the cabin. John turned to me. Ancient sorrow etched into the lines of his face. "Your friend, he does not understand. This is no ordinary beast you face. The Walkers, they are old magic." I thought of the creature's human eyes boring into mine, the uncanny intelligence. As much as my rational mind rebelled against it, I knew John was right. This was beyond conventional understanding. I met his gaze steadily. "Teach me." Night fell over the reservation as John led me into the woods, carrying a torch and a small leather satchel. We walked in silence, deeper into the trees than I had ever ventured before. The air grew heavy, watchful. I shivered despite my jacket. "Here," John said, stopping in a small clearing. "This is where the magic is strongest." He knelt and began to unpack his bag, laying out an array of herbs, bones, and strange fetishes. With deft hands he began to combine them, grinding the herbs with a mortar and pestle, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. As he worked, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was a charge to the air, like the stillness before a storm. The shadows pressed closer. "They know we are here," John said calmly, not looking up from his task, "making weapons against them." No sooner had he spoke than an ungodly shriek pierced the night. I spun, reaching for my gun, then cursed as I remembered I had left it behind, useless against the Walkers. "Quickly," John hissed, thrusting a small leather pouch into my hands. It thrummed with an odd energy. "When the time comes, throw this at their feet. It will bind them for a short time." I wanted to ask what good a bag of magic herbs would do, but the words died in my throat as dark shapes detached from the trees. Not one Walker, but three, their grotesque bodies shining with scars and their human faces leering. "Pathetic humans," one snarled. "You dare challenge us, on our own land?" "This land was never yours," John said, rising to face them. In his hands he held a long carved staff. "You are a plague, an infection, and we will cleanse you from this earth." The Walkers howled with laughter, a nightmarish chorus. Then, as one, they charged. Claws and teeth flashed in the torchlight as John met them head-on, wielding his staff with surprising strength for an old man. I fumbled with the medicine pouch, my heart in my throat. One Walker broke away, lunging for me with murderous intent. I dove aside, hitting the ground hard. I dove aside, hitting the ground hard. The walker's claws scored the earth where I had been a split second before. Heart pounding, I scrambled to my feet and faced the snarling beast, the medicine pouch gripped tight in my fist. "Throw it now," John yelled, grappling with the other two walkers. I didn't hesitate. With all my strength, I hurled the pouch at the creature's misshapen feet. The moment it struck the ground, a blinding flash lit up the clearing. The walker screamed, an agonized, inhuman sound. Glowing roots shot from the earth, ensnaring its legs and pinning it in place. Seizing my chance, I grabbed a fallen branch and brought it crashing down on the creature's skull with a sickening crunch. Once, twice, 3 times, until it moved no more. Panting, I turned to help John, but it was over. The old man stood tall amidst the bodies of the other 2 walkers, his magic staff gleaming with ethereal light. "Is that all of them?" I asked hoarsely. John shook his head. "No, there will always be more. The walkers are a manifestation of nature's wrath. As long as humans disrespect the land, they will return." I looked out into the dark trees, my mind reeling. The things I had seen, the horrors I had fought, they would haunt me forever. But I also knew I could never turn my back on this knowledge. I was a protector of these woods. It was my duty to keep the walkers at bay, no matter the cost. Together, John and I made our way out of the forest, battered and bone-weary. We had won the battle, but the war stretched endlessly before us. I thought of Sam and the other rangers, blissfully unaware of the supernatural threats lurking in the wilderness we had sworn to defend. It was time they learned the truth. Time to forge new alliances, new weapons. For I knew with grim certainty that the walkers would rise again, and we had to be ready. "Something's not right out there," Jenna mutters as we trudge through the foggy forest. I nod in agreement, my headlamp barely penetrating the early morning gloom. As park rangers, Jenna and I are used to solo patrols in remote areas like this stretch of the Appalachian Trail in western North Carolina. But today we walked together at Superintendent Dunn's insistence, after those disturbing reports started coming in. Missing hikers, strange sightings, an eerie feeling of being watched. Local spinning tales of old ghost stories come to life. A twig snaps in the distance, and we both freeze, hands instinctively going to the bear spray on our belts. Silence. Probably just a deer. But these woods have us on edge. We've been rangers a long time, rotating between parks out west and here in the east, and you develop a sixth sense for when the forest feels off. Like now. "Let's pick up the pace," I say. "The sooner we check the Larkson Trail junction, the sooner we can get back." Jenna just shakes her head, unconvinced this patrol is even necessary. I'm starting to wonder myself. But those missing hiker reports, something strange is going on out here, and it's our job to get to the bottom of it. As the sun rises behind the clouds, weak light filters through the tall pines. An owl hoots goodnight and flutters off to its roost. We tramp further into the forest, our unease growing with each step. That's when we notice it, an unnatural hush blanketing the woods. The usual chirps and chitters of small creatures, even the whisper of the wind, has ceased. The trail winds deeper into the shadowed timbers, and the silence stalks us like a predator, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. My breathing sounds too loud in my ears. A sudden gust rattles the branches above us, and I flinch. "Easy does it, Hank," Jenna says with a forced chuckle. "Don't want you jumping out of your skin." I shoot her an irritated look. "Don't pretend you're not feeling it, too. Something's off." Yeah. Let's just get to Larkson and—" A shrill cry pierces the air, echoing through the forest and trailing into nothingness. We stare at each other wide-eyed. That was no bird or animal we know. An eerie, inhuman wail like something from a nightmare. We draw closer together as we quicken our pace, alert for any other unnatural sounds in the smothering stillness. Sweat trickles down my back despite the morning chill. After a few more minutes, Jenna breaks the tense silence. "Ever hear about the Beechwood lady?" she asks in a low voice. "Can't say I have," I reply. not really caring to hear whatever unsettling tale she's about to share. Jenna has a habit of bringing up dark local legends at the worst possible times. Back in pioneer days, there was supposedly this outcast woman who lived alone in the deepest, most remote hollow in these mountains. Parents told their kids if they wandered too far into the woods, the Beechwood Lady would snatch them and spirit them away to her hidden lair, never to be seen again. How pleasant, I mutter. And you're bringing this up now because hikers have gone missing before around here, but never so many in such a short time. And some of the old-timers are saying their grandpappies used to warn them about those hills near the Larkson Junction. Her voice drops to a whisper. They say that's where the Beechwood Lady once roamed. An icy tingle crawls up my spine. I'm not a superstitious man, but something about this lonely trail has me looking over my shoulder. The spindly tree branches seem to claw at us as we pass beneath them. Let's stay focused on the task at hand, I say more gruffly than intended. We're here to find facts, not dwell on ghost stories. But I can't quite shake the feeling that we're being watched by unseen eyes in the shadows. The Larkson Trail Junction finally comes into view through the thinning mist. We stop and survey the scene. A weathered signpost points the way deeper into the forest. Faded ribbons of police tape flutter from the branches, marking where the last hiker was seen. Nothing jumps out at us as unusual, but my skin still crawls with unease. Well, this was a bust, Jenna sighs. No signs of any recent disturbances. Should we follow the trail a bit further? I'm about to agree when a ghostly face seems to materialize from the fog behind her. I blink and it vanishes. Just a trick of the light and shadows, no doubt. But it looked so real for a second, pale and gaunt with bottomless black eye sockets. My heart hammers painfully. Jenna notices my expression. What is it? What's wrong? Nothing. It's nothing. Let's head back and report in. I turn to go, trying to shake off the macabre vision. Jenna frowns but doesn't argue. As we walk back in vigilant silence, I can't help but feel that something ancient and malevolent haunts these hills, something best left undisturbed. The forest seems to press in tighter around us as we make our way back along the trail we came, the mist swirling like ghostly specters between the trees. A raven cackles forebodingly from a skeletal branch. All I want is to escape these eldritch woods and return to the safety of civilization. Then the snapping of twigs and rustling of dead leaves shatters the heavy silence, coming from somewhere off to our right. Jenna and I freeze in our tracks, slowly turning towards the disturbance. At first I see nothing but gray fog and gnarled trunks, but then a dark shape materializes, shambling between the trees some 30 yards away. You see that? Jenna hisses, reaching again for her bear spray with a shaking hand. I see it, I whisper back hoarsely. The figure moves with an unnatural gait, staggering and jerking as if pulled along by invisible strings. Definitely not a bear. It stops and seems to look directly at us, and a spear of dread lances through my stomach. I fumble for my radio with numb fingers. Ranger Becker to dispatch. I have a visual on an unknown individual along the AT connector approximately 3/4 of a mile southwest of the Larkson Junction. Over. Only static hisses back at me. I try again with the same result. Of all the times for comms to crap out. The dark figure lurches back into motion, moving parallel to the trail now, pacing us but keeping to the trees. A cold sweat breaks out on my forehead despite the chill. Should we approach them? Jenna asks, her voice tight with nerves. I pause, considering. Every instinct screams to hightail it out of here, but we have a duty to check on any park visitors who might need help, no matter how much they unnerve us. I steel my nerve. Let's move cautiously, but keep our distance until we can assess their condition and state of mind, I murmur. Jenna nods. We move forward, hands on our spray, ready to defend ourselves if needed. The figure continues its jerky movements through the trees as we walk, always staying the same distance from us. I call out to it. Hello, this is Ranger Hank with the Park Service. Are you all right? Do you need assistance? The only response is a guttural, rasping moan that makes my skin crawl. Definitely not a hiker in distress. I'm debating our next move when a gust of frigid wind shrieks through the forest. The figure turns and shambles swiftly off through the trees, moving with unnatural speed until it fades into the mist. "What the hell was that?" Jenna says shakily, as we stare at the spot where it vanished. "I don't know, but I'm starting to think there might be something to those old legends. Hiker or horror, that was like nothing I've seen in 15 years of rangering." A leaden dread settles over me, a feeling that we've just brushed against something we can't begin to understand. And the worst is yet to come. We make it back to the welcome familiarity of the ranger station by late morning, both jumping at shadows the whole way. Superintendent Dunn sees our spooked expressions as soon as we walk in. "Rough patrol?" he asks, looking up from the stack of missing hiker reports on his desk. "You could say that," I reply wearily, sinking into a chair. "Comms went out and we had a strange encounter with an unknown individual exhibiting erratic behavior." "Erratic how?" Dunn asks, leaning forward. "They seemed to be following us but stayed off the trail in the trees. Moved in a weird jerky way. We called out but got no response except this god-awful moaning sound." Dunn's weathered face furrows with concern. He's worked these hills for over 3 decades and isn't a man easily unsettled. "The disappearances, the sightings, now this," he murmurs, almost to himself. "I'm starting to wonder if the old stories might hold more truth than we thought." He notices Jenna and I exchanging an uneasy glance. "What? Don't tell me you two have never heard the local legends about what lurks in the deepest hollows." Jenna mentioned something about a beechwood lady, I say. "But that's just an old ghost story, right?" Dunn leans back, a faraway look in his eye, seemingly weighing how much to say. Finally he speaks. "The white settlers who first pushed into these hills told tales of a strange old woman living alone in the uncharted wilderness. They said no animal would go near her dwelling, that unnatural sounds echoed from that cursed hollow. Some who glimpsed her from afar swore she moved like nothing fully human." An involuntary shiver runs through me at Dunn's words. Jenna shifts uncomfortably in her seat. "But those are just stories," she says with a forced lightness. "Tall tales to scare kids and gullible newcomers." "Are they?" Dunn replies, holding her gaze. "Most legends hold a kernel of truth passed down through generations, and strange things do happen in remote places, things that defy explanation." He takes a sip of coffee, gathering his thoughts. "When I first started as a ranger, I scoffed at such notions too, but over the years I've seen and heard things that made me wonder." "Like what?" I asked, dreading the answer even as morbid curiosity draws me in. "Eerie wails echoing from deep in the backcountry on moonless nights. Impossible footprints that seemed to simply vanish. A figure glimpsed between trees that looked like no creature of this earth." Dunn shakes his head. "I cannot say what truly haunts this wilderness, but I know enough to treat old legends with respect, and to fear what might lurk in the shadows beyond our campfire's light." A heavy pall settles over the cramped ranger station. Outside, the sun shines wanly through a veil of clouds, but inside, Dunn's words cast a darkness that the fluorescent lighting cannot dispel. For the first time in my career, I feel completely out of my depth, an instinctual unease telling me that we're facing something beyond the natural. Jenna looks similarly stricken. Dunn finally breaks the taut silence. "I'm calling in the sheriff. We need to widen the search for the missing hikers. You two get some rest while you can. I have a feeling the next few days won't be easy ones." As we leave his office, Jenna turns to me with haunted eyes. "Still think it's all just ghost stories?" I have no comforting answer to give. Only a growing dread of what we may uncover as we probe deeper into the barrow places where hiker and horror tread the same lonely trails. After a fitful night of dark dreams, Jenna and I join the search parties, combing the depths of the forest as an unsettling fog once again shrouds the hills. Parks personnel pair up with the sheriff's deputies and concerned local volunteers. I'm just glad for the company of other living souls as we venture back into the grimming wilderness. Late morning finds Jenna, Deputy Garcia, and I trekking along an old logging trail that winds through a series of overgrown hollows choked with decaying leaves and skeletal trees. The kind of place where sunlight rarely penetrates the dense canopy, even at midday. Every snapping twig or rustling branch sets my nerves jangling like forks dragged across a pewter plate. I grip my bear spray tighter, though I doubt it will do much good against whatever lurks in the shadows of this baleful wood. We pause at a fork in the trail, consulting our map. Garcia's radio crackles with an update. No sign yet of the hikers, but some parties have reported that same unearthly feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. I shiver as a cold breeze rattles through the naked branches. Suddenly Jenna halts in mid-step, head cocked. "Guys," she whispers, "do you hear that?" We strain our ears, and after a moment I make out a rhythmic thumping sound, faint but unmistakable, emanating from a narrow draw that branches off the left-hand trail. "Woodpecker," Garcia whispers hopefully. But something about the sound raises the hairs on the back of my neck, too slow and ponderous for any bird I know. "We should check it out," I mutter, just in case. We move toward the source of the thumping, advancing into the hollow with the cautious tread of soldiers entering an enemy stronghold. The draw chokes tighter with underbrush until we're practically crawling beneath interlacing branches, still dripping from last night's rain. The peculiar sound grows louder, more distinct, a steady thump, that reverberates through my skull. Abruptly, the vegetation gives way and we find ourselves in a small, dim clearing. In the center of the glade stands a gnarled, ancient oak tree, its far-reaching limbs draped with tatters of mist. Slabs of stone jut from the ground at its base, weathered and moss-covered, arranged almost like crude benches. The thumping stops as soon as we break into the opening, leaving only a hushed, indrawn silence. "What is this place?" Jenna breathes, eyes wide. Before I can venture a guess, a voice emerges from the fog-wreathed trees on the far side of the clearing. A voice hardly louder than a rasping whisper, yet ringing with unmistakable power and authority. "You should not have come." Out of the swirling mist steps an old Native American man, his features as weathered as the jutting stones. He leans on a gnarled walking stick, fixes us with piercing dark eyes that seem to stare straight into the depths of our souls. Instinctively, we all take a step back. Something about this stranger and this strange place feels portentous, weighted with unspoken mysteries. "Who are you?" I manage to stammer out, trying to regain some composure. The old man regards us sadly, his eyes ancient pools of inscrutable shadows. "I am Joseph Running Bear. My people were the first to walk these hills, long before your kind arrived," he says, his voice dry with the weight of centuries. "What the land has not forgotten, what darkness lingers still from the long-ago times." He shuffles closer, robes as gray as the clinging mist swishing through the dead leaves. Jenna, Garcia, and I share nervous glances, unsure of his intent. Joseph gazes up at the towering oak tree with something akin to reverence and sorrow. "You've come seeking the lost ones who vanished on these trails," he says. "It's not a question. Drawn by duty but blind to the true peril that stalks this place." "Do you know what happened to the missing hikers?" Garcia asks hopefully. The old man nods slowly. "They were taken by those who walk as humans walk, but are not of the world of men, the followers of the Dark Mother." An involuntary shudder runs through me at his words, though I can't say why. "The Dark Mother?" Jenna asks, her voice quavering slightly. "You mean the Beechwood lady?" Joseph's eyes flash with something akin to anger or fear. "Do not speak her name in this place." He casts a wary glance at the stones and branches surrounding us. "She is ancient, one of the Nune, the immortals, neither human nor animal, but a thing of shadow and hunger that once dwelled in harmony with the land. A being of great power." Uses, choosing his next words carefully. "The Dark Mother once served as a guardian of the deepest hollows, the secret places where the barrier between worlds grows thin. But something corrupted her long ago, turned her power towards malevolent ends. Now she gathers those foolish or unlucky enough to trespass in her domain, for what dark purpose none can say." He points his walking stick at the ancient oak tree with its jutting stones. "Here she was worshipped once by those who wished to curry her favor. Blood sacrifices were made, rites practiced that should not be spoken of. This grove remembers, and it calls to her still." I feel lightheaded, the musty loam suddenly too thick in my lungs. Jenna sways on her feet, and Garcia makes the sign of the cross, face ashen. The terrible implication of Joseph's words sinks in like a stone. So those missing hikers, I croak, unable to finish the thought. Taken, Joseph says solemnly. Spirited away to her lair between worlds, never to walk the paths of men again. More will be lost, the longer she roams unchecked. How do we stop her? Jenna asks in a small voice. How do we get the hikers back? Joseph shakes his head sorrowfully. I fear it may already be too late for them. As for the Dark Mother, she is a being of immense power, not easily thwarted. The old ways of binding her are lost. He fixes us with an urgent stare, his voice dropping to a whisper. Heed my words. Leave this place, and do not look back. Warn the others to stay far from these cursed hills. The Dark Mother's hunger only grows, and she will not stop until... A sudden icy gust shrieks through the clearing, stirring the clinging mist into ghostly shapes. Joseph stops abruptly, head cocked as if listening to something we cannot hear. His lined face drains of color. She comes, he breathes, drawn by the presence of the unknowing in her sacred place. You must go now before it is too late. A numinous dread descends on the glade, the shadows deepening between the stark trees. We can feel it too now, an oily, oppressive presence writhing at the edges of perception, alien and unutterably hostile. Back to the trail, move, I shout, already turning to flee. Jenna and Garcia need no further urging. We crash desperately through the underbrush, clawing our way out of the hollow, heedless of the branches that tear at our clothes and expose skin. I chance a final glance over my shoulder as we run, and my heart clenches like a fist. Joseph stands alone at the edge of the clearing, facing the ancient oak as a wave of darkness surges towards him, a shadow too deep for the daylit world. For a moment he seems to stand firm, walking stick raised defiantly. Then the nighted tide swallows him and he is gone. Only his final shouted words reach us as we flee pell-mell through the menacing woods. Beware the Dark Mother, beware the Nanihi. Branches claw at us like grasping talons as we flee headlong through the forest, trying desperately to put distance between us and that place of dark power. My lungs burn and a stitch stabs at my side, but pure terror drives me on at an almost inhuman pace. I can hear Jenna and Garcia crashing through the underbrush beside me, panting with exertion and fear. Finally, after what feels like hours but can only be minutes, we burst from the tree line onto a blessedly open stretch of trail, little more than a hiking path. We collapse against the craggy bole of an ancient elm, chests heaving as we suck in great gasps of the fresh, untainted air. For a moment, we simply focus on breathing, trying to slow the wild galloping of our hearts. As the immediate panic recedes, the full weight of what we just experienced crashes over us like a black wave. Jenna buries her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking silently. I reach out to awkwardly pat her back, but in truth I feel as rattled as she looks. Garcia slumps to the ground, ashen-faced, crossing himself repeatedly and muttering prayers in Spanish. What, in God's name, was that? Garcia finally manages to rap. Nothing of God, I say numbly. You heard Joseph. We're dealing with something much older and hungrier. Jenna raises her head, eyes red-rimmed but jaw set in determination. We have to warn the others, call off the search before anyone else falls victim to that thing. I nod grimly, unclipping my radio from my belt. But when I thumbed the talk button, I met with only a hiss of empty static. I smacked the device against my palm in frustration, but no reassuring crackle of voices emerges. Comms are down again, I growl, just like yesterday. You think it's a coincidence? Garcia asks uneasily. Interference from her? An involuntary shudder runs through me at the thought. If the Dark Mother can disrupt electronics on top of everything else, I shake my head to dislodge the chilling notion. One impossibility at a time. Let's not jump to conclusions, I say, trying to inject some steadiness into my voice. This area's always had spotty radio reception. Regardless, our next move is to hike back and report in person. With any luck, we'll run into another search party on the way. Jenna and Garcia nod, clearly relieved to have some course of action, even if it's just putting one foot in front of the other. We set off down the trail at the fastest clip we can manage in our battered state, eager to leave the clinging shadows of the deep woods behind. But even as we walk, an unshakable sense of being watched prickles between my shoulder blades, raising the fine hairs on my nape. I find myself glancing nervously at every swaying branch and rustling thicket, wondering what eldritch eyes might be peering back. The sun rides high overhead by the time we reach the staging area at the trailhead. The brightly colored tents and parked vehicles an incongruously cheery sight after the gloom of the forest. But the welcome relief quickly curdles into dread as we approach. The camp is deathly silent. No radios crackle. No murmur of voices rises from the scattered groups of people. They all stand utterly motionless, faces slack and eyes glassy, as if in the grip of some terrible waking nightmare. Even the sniffer dogs lay prone and whimpering beside their stricken handlers. My stomach twists with dawning horror, and Jenna lets out a strangled gasp beside me. As we watch, one of the entranced deputies turns slowly to face us. His expression remains blank, but his arm rises to point a trembling finger directly at us. Then, in a dreamy whisper that somehow carries across the distance, he speaks two words that stop my heart. She comes. As the awful import of those words sinks in, a wave of pure existential terror crashes over me. Unlike anything I've felt before, a primal dread of the unknown, of the uncanny thing that should not be. Flight is the only thought in my head now. An overwhelming animal urge to flee, to hide, to escape the Dark Mother's oncoming malice. I seize Jenna and Garcia's arms in a white-knuckled grip, all but dragging them towards my parked Ranger Jeep at the edge of the camp. They put up no resistance, faces bloodless with the same mind-splintering fear. We stumble into the vehicle, and I jam the keys into the ignition, praying to any god still listening that she'll start. The engine sputters, coughs, then roars to life with a bellowing growl that sounds like salvation. I gun the accelerator and we fishtail madly out of the lot, spitting gravel and clumps of torn turf. I barely register where I'm going, just that it's away from that place of shadow-shrouded horror. We careen down the winding mountain roads, taking hairpin turns at breakneck speed. All the while, the uncanny sensation of being pursued, being hunted, grows stronger with each passing mile. I white-knuckle the wheel, every fiber of my being focused on escape. Suddenly, Jenna screams, pointing out the passenger window with a shaking hand. I whip my head around to look, nearly swerving us off the road. There, keeping effortless pace with the speeding Jeep, is a dark figure, loping through the trees with an inhuman gait. Glimpses of ashen skin and empty eye sockets sear my vision. I floor the accelerator with a sob of terror. We hurtle onwards, the road before us descending from forested slopes into a flatter stretch of lonely heath and marsh. I hardly notice the change in terrain. My world narrowed to the desperate flight from the nightmare nipping at our heels. Without warning, the Jeep gives a sickening lurch. The wheel spins uselessly in my hands, and we skid sideways, tires shrieking against the pavement. Some detached part of me registers that we've blown a tire, probably from a sharp rock kicked up in our mad dash. The rest of me can only watch in mute horror as the vehicle careens off the road and rolls once, twice down the embankment in a screech of tortured metal. I must black out momentarily on impact. When I blink my vision clear again, I'm hanging halfway out of the shattered driver's side window, blood sheeting into my eyes from a gash on my forehead. I groan and lever myself painfully out of the wreckage. Nothing seems to be broken, mercifully. I stagger around to the other side and wrench the crumpled passenger door open with a screech of hinges. To my infinite relief, Jenna and Garcia are shaken and lacerated but alive. I pull them out as gently as I can, supporting them as we limp away from the twisted ruin of the Jeep. We fetched up in a desolate tract of frosted scrubland, dotted with lichen-crusted boulders and gnarled, wind-bent trees. Tendrils of mist ooze from the spongy ground, curling around our feet like grasping fingers. An eerie light suffuses the air, more like moonlight than the bright sun of a few moments ago. My heart clenches with instinctive dread. There's something about this place, something terribly wrong. A soft, sibilant sound behind us, the whisper of dead leaves crunching underfoot. We whirl as one to face it, and the blood drains from my face in a dizzying rush. Not 20 paces away, cloaked in tatters of mist and shadow, stands the towering figure of the Dark Mother. Her form seems to waver and flow like ink poured in water, never quite settling into the familiar lines of a human shape. Antlers of bone sprout from her head, each point hung with dripping moss and twists of vine. Her eyes are holes that open onto gulfs of endless night, and her wide gaping mouth holds far, far too many teeth. She takes a gliding step forward, the fog parting before her like a living thing. We stumble back, a collective moan of horror escaping our throats. There's nowhere to run, no hope of fighting. We can only await her hideous embrace. But even as despair crashes over me, drowning out all other thought, some last vestige of desperate defiance rears up from the depths of my soul. I will not go quietly into this bleak night. I will rage, I will rail against this eldritch dark until my final breath. I straighten up as much as my battered body allows, facing the oncoming horror head-on. Jenna and Garcia, bless them, stand firm at my sides, trembling but unflinching. For a single suspended moment, mortal will contests with immortal hunger as our eyes lock with the Dark Mother's fathomless voids. Then, to my uncomprehending shock, she halts, cocks her awful head as if listening to some unheard whisper, almost unwillingly. Her black gaze slides from us to some unseen point beyond the crumbling hills. She hisses, a sound like old bones cracking, and I swear I catch a flicker of something in those terrifying eyes. An emotion I never expected to see in so alien a being. Uncertainty. Slowly, with infinite reluctance, the Dark Mother begins to recede, melting back into the writhing fog. Before the mist swallows her completely, she turns her abyssal gaze on us one last time. This is not over, little ones. Her voice slithers through my mind, cold as the void between stars. We will meet again in this world or the next. Then she is gone. Only the clinging tendrils of fog left twisting in her wake. The eerie knot light brightens, and with a start I realize that the sun is descending towards the western horizon. Somehow, impossibly, hours have passed in what felt like minutes. Jenna makes a choke sound and collapses to her knees in the spongy turf, shoulders shaking with delayed reaction. Garcia staggers a few steps away and noisily loses the contents of his stomach into the scraggly brush. I just stand there until my legs give out and I crumple to the ground beside Jenna. We cling together like lost children, sobs of relief and residual terror racking our battered frames. I don't know how long we huddle there, in that desolate place where the Dark Mother almost claimed us for her own. Long enough for the adrenaline to fade and for the true toll of our ordeal to settle into our bones. Everything aches, body and soul. Eventually, Jenna raises her ashen, tear-stained face from my shoulder. Is it over? She croaks. Did we win? I shake my head numbly, remembering that final, chilling promise in my mind. No, I don't think it will ever really be over. She's still out there, waiting. Garcia stumbles back over to us, wiping his mouth. His eyes are bleak, haunted. What do we do now? I struggle to my feet, every muscle screaming in protest, and pull the others up with me. We survived. We walk out of here, and we tell people what happened, even if they think we've lost our minds. I turn to survey the expanse of darkening moor, my gaze hard and flinty. Evil like that? It's not the kind of thing you can kill, not for good. All you can do is face it when it comes calling, and never ever stop fighting. I sling my arms around my fellow survivor's shoulders, and together we limp off that benighted heath towards the distant lights of civilization. We have one hell of a story to tell, and I know with grim certainty, it's not over yet. The Dark Mother will be back, but next time we'll be ready for her. I used to think my parents' place was the epitome of ordinary, a cookie-cutter neighborhood at the base of some foothills, complete with a neat fence and a paved driveway. The kind of place where the biggest excitement was a neighbor's dog getting loose or someone's sprinkler system malfunctioning. But everything shifted once I found that obscure path just off the canyon road. It's hidden behind a thin screen of trees, and the sign is either so faded or small that most people wouldn't notice it, even if they were looking. The metal had rusted to the point where only fragments of letters remained visible. I stumbled across it thanks to a hunch and a friend's random tip about weird stuff happening up in those hills. On the day I decided to explore it with my buddy from the Lost Creek expeditions, that was the afternoon everything changed. We parked near the bend in the road and got out. The moment our feet touched the gravel, an oppressive weight seemed to settle over us. The chill in the air smelled like wet earth and leaf rot, which made sense because the entire slope was drenched in melting snow. But there was something else underneath, a sour, organic smell that reminded me of meat left too long in the sun. The moment we stepped onto the gravel, two sharp cracks echoed through the trunks. My friend froze, his face draining of color as he glanced at me with a "Did you do that?" expression. I shook my head, feeling my throat constrict. The sound was definitely coming from deeper in the trees, although the idea of random branches snapping crossed my mind. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out hollow and forced. It was the first spark of suspicion that something or someone was aware we had arrived. The trail itself was a sloppy mess, coated with slush and fresh mud that seemed to grab at our boots with each step. Each footfall made an ugly squelching noise that shattered any semblance of silence, announcing our presence to whatever might be listening. The canopy overhead was so thick that most of the day's light got swallowed before it touched the ground. It was like entering a tunnel of shadows, where the air itself seemed to thicken with each step forward. We picked our way along carefully, occasionally slipping on the treacherous surface. The temperature seemed to drop with every yard we climbed, and I noticed my breath was becoming visible in small puffs. We only made it a few hundred feet when another pair of cracks rang out, sharper than the ones by the car. This time they seemed closer, more deliberate. My friend threw me a nervous smile that didn't reach his eyes, and I tried to shrug like it was normal. On the inside, my heart was hammering against my ribs. The knocks felt deliberate, spaced just right, almost like signals or warnings. A cold sweat had started between my shoulder blades, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder. We kept moving, telling each other we were just being paranoid. "Sure, it's a remote trail," my friend muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Sure, it looks spooky. Could be normal forest sounds, right?" But even as he said it, neither of us believed the words. The deeper we went, the heavier the atmosphere became, like someone had draped a wet blanket over everything. The trees seemed to press in closer with each step. Ancient pines with bark scarred by decades of weather loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to form a nearly impenetrable ceiling. Some of the trunks were so wide that 3 people holding hands couldn't encircle them. Their roots jutted from the earth at odd angles, creating natural barriers that forced us to navigate carefully around them. My friend pointed out how odd it was that we hadn't seen a single squirrel, bird, or even a random chipmunk. The absence of wildlife was unnatural, almost sterile. Usually mountain trails buzz with activity, rustling in the underbrush, bird calls, the scurry of small creatures. Here, nothing moved except us. Even the wind seemed reluctant to disturb the branches above. By this point, I was seriously wondering if we'd wandered into a section of woods that didn't appreciate visitors. The thought made me feel foolish, but I couldn't shake the sensation of being unwelcome. My skin crawled with the persistent feeling that unseen eyes were tracking our every movement. Eventually, we reached a point where the path leveled off, and we found a small clearing. It was probably the only spot along that stretch of trail where daylight actually made it through the branches. The sudden brightness was almost jarring after the perpetual twilight of the forest floor. In the center of the clearing, a ring of stones suggested someone had made campfires here before, though the ashes looked years old. My friend wanted to stop for a snack, so we hunkered down on an old fallen log that had been stripped bare by weather and time. The wood was soft with rot in places, and I could feel moisture seeping through my jeans. We were only half focused on the granola bars in our hands. My ears kept straining to catch even the faintest noise, but the silence was so complete it felt like being inside a vacuum. That's when a third set of knocks rattled the air from somewhere up the slope. This time they came in a pattern. 3 quick raps, a pause, then 2 more. I remember locking eyes with my friend, seeing my own terror reflected in his pale face. At that moment, there was no more kidding around. We both knew we weren't imagining it, and whatever was making those sounds was intelligent enough to vary the rhythm. Despite the growing tension, we decided to wrap up the snack break and head back. Neither of us openly admitted being uneasy, but the unspoken agreement hung between us like a shared secret. The walk down felt much faster than the hike up, though not fast enough. Every few steps, one of us would pause and listen, convinced we'd heard something moving in the trees beside us. The mud seemed even more treacherous on the descent. My friend slipped twice, windmilling his arms to keep from falling. The second time, he grabbed my shoulder to steady himself, and I could feel his hand shaking through my jacket. When we finally made it to the car, a weird sense of relief washed over me so hard I actually paused to catch my breath before getting inside. As we drove away, my friend and I swapped a few hushed theories. Maybe a woodpecker, he suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe trees shifting in the wind. But neither of us believed it. Woodpeckers don't knock in patterns, and there hadn't been enough wind to move anything larger than a leaf. A knot of dread seemed lodged in my gut, insisting something else was going on. The feeling stayed with me for days. I'd be sitting in the living room at my folks' place, looking out at the ridges, and I'd feel this pull to go back. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch, a question that demanded an answer. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear those deliberate knocks echoing in my memory. I tried to research the area online, searching for any mention of the trail or unusual activity in the region. Most of what I found were standard hiking websites and tourism pages. But buried deep in a local forum, I discovered a thread about strange occurrences in the canyon area. The posts were sparse and cryptic, with people mentioning unexplained sounds and feeling watched. One user claimed to have found structures that shouldn't be there, but provided no details. The forum posts only intensified my curiosity. I found myself planning a return trip, despite every rational part of my brain screaming that it was a terrible idea. Something about that place had gotten under my skin, and I knew I wouldn't find peace until I understood what was happening up there. I ended up returning to that trail on my own not long after. The compulsion to go back was stronger than my fear, though barely. I told myself I needed to know if the experience was real or just some shared delusion brought on by the spooky atmosphere. At least that's what I told myself. This time I came prepared. I brought a better flashlight, extra batteries, and my phone fully charged. I also packed more water and food than necessary, just in case I decided to stay longer or got lost. The rational part of my mind kept insisting this was all a waste of time, but my gut told me otherwise. Every trip was the same. Slick ground, murky light, an uncanny hush that seemed to swallow even my footsteps. But there were new details I hadn't noticed before. Scratch marks on tree bark at eye level, too deep and too wide to be from normal wildlife. Areas where the underbrush had been flattened in perfect circles, as if something large had bedded down there. The knocks were still there too, echoing sporadically as if they were following my progress up the trail. On my third solo trip, I ventured further than I'd gone before. The trail continued past the clearing we'd stopped at, winding deeper into the mountains. The trees grew even larger here, their trunks disappearing into the shadows above. Some had fallen across the path, creating natural bridges I had to crawl under or climb over. It was here that I made my first, truly disturbing discovery. Wedged into the fork of a massive oak tree, about 7 feet off the ground, was what looked like a bundle of sticks. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't random debris. The sticks had been woven together with strips of bark, creating a crude basket or nest-like structure. Inside, I could see what looked like bones, small ones, possibly from rabbits or other small animals. My hands were shaking as I took out my phone to take pictures. The moment the camera flash went off, the forest erupted in a chorus of sounds. Not knocking this time, but a series of harsh, guttural calls that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The sounds were unlike anything I'd ever heard, not quite animal but not human either. They echoed off the trees, creating a disorienting cacophony that made it impossible to tell how many sources there were. I ran. Not a dignified retreat, but a full-on panicked sprint down that muddy trail. I slipped and fell twice, scraping my palms raw on rocks and tree roots. Behind me, the calls continued, growing louder and more aggressive. They followed me almost to the parking area before finally fading away. My mom eventually tagged along on one of these outings during a cold, overcast morning in late winter. She'd been curious about my frequent trips to that old trail, and I figured having company might make the experience less intense. I was wrong. We didn't talk much on the drive up, both of us lost in our own thoughts. The weather was particularly grim that day, with low-hanging clouds that seemed to press down on the mountains. The air was thick with moisture, and I could smell rain coming. We made it to the top third of the path before anything happened. My mom was breathing hard from the climb, and I suggested we take a break. We'd barely sat down on a moss-covered boulder when the knock started, but this time was different. Instead of the sporadic, random sounds I'd grown accustomed to, these came in rapid sequences from multiple directions. It was like being surrounded by an invisible orchestra of percussion instruments. My mom's face went white. She gripped my arm so hard I could feel her nails through my jacket. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds echoing through the trees. I could only shake my head. The knocks continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, growing more complex and layered. Sometimes they seemed to answer each other, creating an intricate rhythm that suggested communication. Neither of us dared speak above a whisper after that. We sat frozen on that boulder, both afraid to move and afraid to stay. The knocks eventually faded, but the silence that followed felt even more ominous. It was pregnant with possibility, as if something was waiting for us to make the next move. When we finally worked up the courage to leave, my mom walked so close behind me that she kept stepping on my heels. Every few steps, she'd grab my shoulder and we'd both freeze, listening for any sign of pursuit. The walk back to the car felt like it took forever, and neither of us said a word during the drive home. That evening, my mom pulled me aside. "I don't want you going up there alone anymore," she said, her voice shaky but firm. "There's something wrong with that place, something dangerous." I wanted to argue, to tell her it was probably just natural forest sounds, but the words stuck in my throat. Deep down, I knew she was right, but I couldn't stay away. The trail had become an obsession, a puzzle I couldn't solve. Against my better judgment and my mom's warnings, I found myself returning again and again. Each visit revealed new details, new mysteries that demanded investigation. It was during one of these solo expeditions that I discovered the first structure. I'd been following a game trail that branched off from the main path, curious to see where it led. The trail wound through a grove of aspens whose white bark seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. It was here, in a small depression surrounded by these ghostly trees, that I found it. At first glance, it looked like a natural formation, a cluster of fallen branches and logs arranged in a rough circle. But as I got closer, the deliberate nature of the construction became obvious. Long, straight branches had been carefully balanced against each other, creating a dome-like structure about 6 feet across. Smaller branches had been woven between the larger ones, filling in gaps and creating walls. The whole thing was covered with sheets of bark that had been stripped from nearby trees and laid like shingles. The craftsmanship was impressive and deeply unsettling. This wasn't the random work of someone playing in the woods. It showed planning, skill, and purpose. More disturbing was its location, hidden away from the main trail in a spot where casual hikers would never stumble across it. I circled the structure slowly, my camera ready, but my finger hesitant over the shutter button. The last time I'd taken pictures up here, I'd triggered that terrifying chorus of calls, but my curiosity won out. I snapped several photos from different angles, documenting every detail I could see. The entrance faced away from the trail, toward the deeper woods. Peering inside, I could see it was hollow, with enough space for a large person to sit or crouch. The floor was covered with a thick layer of leaves and what looked like animal fur. There was a smell too, musky and organic, like wet dog mixed with something wilder. As I backed away from the structure, I noticed other details I'd missed at first. The trees around the clearing showed signs of damage. Bark scraped away in long vertical lines, branches broken at uniform heights. Some of the aspen trunks had what looked like claw marks scored deep into the wood. The marks were too large and too high to be from any normal forest animal. I spent nearly an hour documenting everything I could see, taking photos and mental notes. But the whole time, I felt like I was being watched. The sensation was so strong it made my skin crawl. Every few minutes I'd spin around, convinced I'd catch sight of whatever was observing me. But the forest remained empty and silent. The discovery of the structure marked a turning point. What had started as curiosity about strange sounds had evolved into something much more serious. I was no longer just a hiker who'd stumbled onto something unusual. I was an investigator, and apparently I was getting too close to something that preferred to remain hidden. My next visit to the trail proved that point in the most terrifying way possible. I decided to return to the structure, hoping to find more clues about who or what had built it. The hike up was routine, the same muddy path, the same oppressive silence, the same feeling of being watched from the shadows. But when I reached the grove of aspens, the structure was gone, not destroyed or collapsed, but completely absent, as if it had never existed. The branches and bark that had formed its walls were scattered around the clearing in seemingly random patterns. The carefully woven construction had been dismantled with the same precision it had been built. In its place, arranged in the exact center of where the structure had stood, was a deer skull. It sat upright on a bed of fresh pine needles, bleached white by weather and time. The empty eye sockets seemed to stare directly at me, and something about their hollow gaze made my stomach lurch. But the skull wasn't the worst part. Surrounding it in a perfect circle were photographs. My photographs. The pictures I'd taken of the structure, printed out and stuck to wooden stakes driven into the ground. Each image had been systematically destroyed, torn and shredded until they were barely recognizable. It was a message, clear and unmistakable. Stop looking. Stop photographing. Stop intruding. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work my phone to take pictures of this new arrangement. But even as I did it, I knew I was crossing another line, escalating a conflict I didn't understand. The moment I pressed the shutter button, the forest exploded with sound. This time it wasn't just knocking or calls, it was a full cacophony of noise. Branches breaking, heavy footsteps crashing through underbrush, and above it all, a sound I can only describe as screaming. Not human screaming, but something primal and enraged that seemed to come from multiple throats at once. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life. The sounds followed me down the trail, always just behind, always getting closer. Branches whipped at my face and thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow down. It wasn't until I reached the parking area that the sounds finally stopped, cutting off abruptly like someone had thrown a switch. That should have been the end of it. Any rational person would have taken the hint and stayed away. But rationality had long since abandoned me. The trail had become more than an obsession. It was a compulsion I couldn't resist, even knowing the danger it represented. I returned one last time, 3 weeks after the incident with the destroyed photographs. I told myself I was just going to walk the lower section of the trail, nowhere near the groves or the clearings where I'd had my most disturbing encounters. I just wanted to prove to myself that I could still access the place without triggering whatever force guarded it. I made it about halfway up the trail before I realized how wrong I'd been. The forest felt different this time. More alive, more aware. Every step I took seemed to generate responses from the woods around me. Twigs snapped in the distance. Leaves rustled without any wind to move them. Shadows seemed to shift and flow between the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. When I reached the clearing where my friend and I had stopped for snacks on that first day, I found another arrangement waiting for me. This one was more elaborate than the deer skull. A rough circle had been cleared in the center of the space, and within it sat a collection of items that made my heart stop. There were bones, yes, not just deer this time, but what looked like the remains of several different animals. They'd been arranged in neat piles, sorted by type and size. But mixed in with the bones were pieces of fabric that I recognized. A strip of red flannel from the shirt I'd worn on my second visit. A piece of blue denim that matched the jeans I'd had on during my encounter with the structure. even a fragment of the sole from my hiking boot, carved away with surgical precision. The message was clear. I had been watched, studied, catalogued during every visit. Whatever inhabited these woods knew me as well as I thought I knew it. The arrangement was a demonstration of power, a show of just how closely I'd been monitored without ever knowing it. But the most disturbing item in the collection wasn't bone or fabric. It was a photograph, not one I'd taken, but one that had been taken of me. The image showed me crouched beside the structure I'd discovered, camera in hand, completely unaware that I was being photographed in return. The quality was poor, as if taken from a great distance or in low light, but it was unmistakably me. I stared at that photograph for a long time, my mind struggling to process its implications. Someone or something had been watching me from the moment I'd started visiting the trail. They'd documented my activities just as I'd tried to document theirs. They'd collected pieces of my clothing, samples of my presence in their domain. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't the investigator in this scenario. I was the subject being studied, the specimen being observed and catalogued. Whatever intelligence inhabited these woods was far more sophisticated and patient than I'd ever imagined. I backed away from the arrangement slowly, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to run. This time I forced myself to leave with dignity, to show respect for whatever boundaries I'd been foolish enough to cross. As I walked down the trail for what I promised myself would be the final time, the forest remained silent. No knocking, no calls, no sounds of pursuit. It was the silence of something satisfied, something that had made its point and expected it to be heeded. I haven't returned to that trail since. The compulsion is still there, stronger some days than others, but it's tempered now by a healthy respect for forces I don't understand. That photograph sits in my desk drawer, a reminder of how much I don't know about the world around me and how dangerous curiosity can become when it ventures into territories that were never meant for human exploration. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I'd kept pushing, kept investigating, kept trying to solve the mystery of that trail. But then I remember the arrangement in the clearing, the careful documentation of my presence, and the intelligence behind it all. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, and some territories are meant to remain unexplored. The trail is still there, hidden behind its screen of trees, marked by its faded sign. Others will find it eventually, drawn by the same curiosity that pulled me in. I hope they're smarter than I was. I hope they recognize the warnings before they venture too deep. Because once you've seen what I've seen, once you know what's watching from those shadows, you carry that knowledge with you forever. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I can still hear those deliberate knocks echoing through the darkness, reminding me that some things are better left undisturbed. They call this place the Big Thicket. It's a name that feels both grand and understated. For outsiders, it's a spot on a map of southeast Texas, a green smudge known for its swampy reputation, and a few local legends about a wild man of the woods. They have names for him, of course: Mossyback, the Saratoga Wild Man. Campfire stories meant to spook kids and sell t-shirts in the dusty gas stations on the edge of the preserve. For the handful of us who work it, who walk its trails and wade its sloughs every day, those stories are just background noise, like the whine of the mosquitoes. The real dangers are the ones you can see: cottonmouths coiled on a low-hanging branch, a flash flood turning a dry creek bed into a torrent, or a tourist who thinks a bottle of water is enough for a 6-hour hike in August. I'm a park ranger here. For 25 years, my office has been this labyrinth of pine, cypress, and black water. At 58, I can read the land like most people read the morning paper. I know the sour smell of a storm rolling in off the Gulf, the specific rustle in the undergrowth that means feral hog instead of white-tailed deer, and the precise look in a young ranger's eyes when they're about to ask me a question I've answered 100 times before. The humidity here in July feels like a living thing. It wraps around you, seeps into your pores, makes your clothes stick to your skin like a second layer of flesh. The air shimmers with heat and moisture, creating mirages that dance just beyond your vision. Spanish moss drapes from every branch like tattered funeral shrouds, swaying in the oppressive stillness. This is a place where nature hasn't been tamed, where civilization feels like a thin veneer over something much older and more primal. The call came crackling over the radio as I was finishing my morning patrol. A missing hiker, a UT Austin kid named Vincent Torres. His rental sedan had been sitting at the Turkey Creek trailhead for 3 days now, and his family was frantic. Turkey Creek is one of the more remote units, a sprawling, boggy wilderness that can swallow a person whole if they're not careful. I drove out there with Jackson Murphy, one of the newer rangers. He was a good kid, barely 26, full of earnest energy that hadn't yet been baked out of him by the Texas sun. When we found the car, my stomach dropped. The vehicle was locked, but peering through the window revealed a wallet and smartphone sitting on the passenger seat. No experienced hiker leaves their identification and communication device behind. Not willingly. We pushed into the woods, following the main trail that wound deeper into the preserve. The canopy above was so thick it blocked out most of the sun, creating a perpetual twilight that made it impossible to judge the time of day. Our boots squelched in the soft, waterlogged earth with each step. The sound echoed strangely in the oppressive quiet. Vincent's campsite was a quarter-mile in, a small dome tent of blue nylon tucked under a stand of loblolly pines. But his gear was scattered in a way that made every instinct I'd developed over 2.5 decades start screaming warnings. A pair of expensive binoculars sat on a weathered tree stump, covered in morning dew. Next to them, a camera with a telephoto lens that probably cost more than my monthly salary. According to his family, Vincent was an avid birder. A birder would sooner leave his own leg behind than his optics. The tent itself was zipped shut, but when I opened it, the sleeping bag was still rolled out, though it looked like someone had thrashed around in it violently. Personal items were strewn about, a journal with pages torn out, a water bottle knocked over and still damp, energy bars scattered across the tent floor with bite marks that looked far too large to be human. We followed the trail deeper, pushing through walls of humidity that felt like walking underwater. About a mile in, we stopped dead in our tracks. The trail was completely blocked by 2 enormous water oak trees. They lay across the path in a near-perfect X formation, their massive trunks creating an impassable barrier. Jackson wiped sweat from his forehead, leaving a muddy streak across his skin. "Microburst must have hit here," he said, though his voice carried uncertainty. "Gonna take us all day to clear this." I walked the length of both trunks, examining them closely. The wood was fresh, the exposed ends pale and wet with sap. But there were no burn marks from lightning strikes, no clean cuts from a chainsaw. The breaks were splintered and raw, as if something with immense strength had simply snapped them in half. The symmetry was unsettling, too perfect to be natural, too deliberate to be coincidence. What disturbed me more was the ground around the fallen trees. The earth was churned up, as if something massive had dragged the trunks into position. Deep gouges in the mud showed where the trees had been moved, and scattered throughout the disturbed soil were impressions that made my blood freeze. Handprints, but not human handprints. These were enormous, with fingers too long and a thumb positioned too low. The palm was wider than a dinner plate, and the depth of the impressions suggested something with incredible weight had made them. We spent the rest of the day clearing the obstruction with chainsaws, our bodies drenched in sweat that attracted clouds of biting insects. By the time we finished, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees that seemed to reach toward us like grasping fingers. We found nothing else except a single hiking sock caught on a cypress knee near a stagnant pool of black water. It was bright orange, a jarring splash of color in the endless palette of green and brown. That night I couldn't shake the image of those handprints, or the deliberate way the trees had fallen. Sleep came in fits and starts, interrupted by dreams of something massive moving through the darkness, arranging the forest to its will. Before dawn, I was back at Turkey Creek. Something was pulling me there, an instinct honed by decades in the wilderness that I'd learned never to ignore. I loaded my ATV and drove alone through the pre-dawn darkness, my headlights cutting through the thick morning fog that rose from the swamps like ghostly fingers. The forest felt different in the early morning hours. The usual symphony of awakening wildlife, the calls of red-winged blackbirds, the chittering of squirrels, the distant splash of a beaver in the bayou, was muted, subdued. Even the ever-present buzz of insects seemed quieter than normal. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. I rode the ATV down the cleared trail, the cool morning air a welcome relief from the oppressive heat that would come with full daylight. But as I rounded the bend where we'd spent hours with the chainsaw the day before, I slammed on the brakes so hard I nearly flew over the handlebars. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The path was blocked again. 2 massive trees, different ones this time, lay across the trail in that same perfect, impossible X formation. The wood was fresh, the brakes still weeping sap. The message was clear. I was not welcome here. This was not my territory. This was a warning from something that claimed dominion over this section of the preserve. For several minutes, I just sat there on the motionless ATV, the engine ticking as it cooled. My rational mind, the one trained by 25 years of finding logical explanations for strange occurrences, scrambled for purchase and found none. This wasn't a freak weather event or vandalism. This was territorial behavior from something that possessed intelligence and incredible strength. The anger that followed was hot and sharp, cutting through my initial shock. This was my preserve. I'd walked every trail, waded through every slough, cataloged every species of plant and animal. I wouldn't be intimidated by some elaborate hoax or driven away from my responsibilities. If someone wanted to play games, I was more than ready to call their bluff. I yanked the ATV's handlebars hard to the right, veering off the established trail and into the dense undergrowth. If the main path was blocked, I'd make my own route. The machine whined and bucked as I pushed it through tangles of yaupon and sweet gum, the thick vegetation clawing at my arms and face. I was heading into one of the most remote sections of the Turkey Creek unit, where the water table was so high that solid ground was more suggestion than reality. The deeper I went, the more the landscape changed. The trees grew larger, their trunks twisted into grotesque shapes by decades of fighting for sunlight in the dense canopy. Vines as thick as my arm hung down like nooses, and the air grew thick with the smell of decay, not the clean decomposition of autumn leaves, but something fetid and wrong, like meat left too long in the sun. Then the engine sputtered. It coughed once, belching a puff of acrid black smoke, and died. The sudden silence was deafening. I turned the key desperately, but got only a weak clicking sound in response. No, 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 I muttered, swinging my leg over the seat to examine the engine. The smell hit me first, rank bog water mixed with something organic and putrid. The entire engine block was caked in thick black mud that had been deliberately packed into every crevice. It was smeared over the air intake, wound around the spark plug wires, and pressed into the cooling fins with methodical precision. This wasn't accidental submersion. This was sabotage. And there, pressed into the grime on the engine housing like a signature, was a handprint. I stared at it, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The print was massive, the palm at least 12 inches wide. The fingers were impossibly long, and the thumb was positioned low and wide, almost like a second opposable digit. It was not the print of any human. It was not the print of any known animal. The implications crashed over me like a cold wave. Something had approached my ATV, something with the intelligence to understand mechanical systems and the strength to pack mud into precise locations that would cause maximum damage. And it had done so silently, without my knowledge, while I was focused on the blocked trail. I was stranded, miles from the nearest road, in a section of the preserve where cell coverage was non-existent and human visitors were rare. As that realization settled over me, I noticed the light beginning to fail. The sun had dipped below the tree line, and the forest was sinking into the deep, oppressive twilight that came early under the thick canopy. The silence I'd noticed earlier returned, but now it had weight to it, a presence that pressed against my eardrums. Then, from the tree line to my right, came a sound that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was a sharp crack, like a baseball bat striking an oak tree. The sound echoed through the stillness, impossibly loud in the muffled atmosphere of the swamp. I spun around, my hand instinctively moving to the service pistol holstered at my hip. I unsnapped the retention strap, though what good a handgun would do against something that could snap full-grown trees remained to be seen. My flashlight beam cut through the growing darkness, illuminating nothing but dripping leaves and twisted vines. Crack. This one came from behind me, closer, louder. Then another from my left. I was being circled by something that could move through the dense undergrowth without making a sound, something that announced its presence only when it chose to. The methodical pattern was unmistakable. I was being hunted by something with intelligence and patience. A new sensation began then, something I'd never experienced in all my years in the wilderness. A low-frequency vibration that seemed to generate not in the air, but in the ground beneath my feet. It traveled up through the soles of my boots, a deep, resonant hum that made my teeth ache and the fluid in my inner ears feel like it was vibrating. The sound was so low, it was almost below the threshold of hearing, but I could feel it in my bones, in the pit of my stomach. The humming grew stronger, accompanied by the steady circling reports of snapping wood. Each crack was perfectly timed, perfectly positioned to keep me off balance, to remind me that escape routes were being systematically cut off. This wasn't random. This was orchestrated by something that understood fear, that knew how to use the environment as a weapon. I abandoned the ATV. There was no conscious decision, just a primal command from the oldest part of my brain. Run. I plunged into the woods, away from the circling sounds, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I crashed through the undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging welts across my cheeks and forehead. Thorns tore at my uniform, and more than once I stumbled over hidden roots or cypress knees, nearly falling face first into the muck. My plan was to make it to an old logging road I knew was roughly half a mile north. If I could reach that cleared path, I'd have a straight shot back toward the main park road and civilization. The humming followed me, a constant vibration that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. I could hear movement in the brush parallel to my own desperate flight, heavy bipedal footfalls that squelched in the waterlogged soil. It wasn't rushing to overtake me. It was keeping pace, staying just at the edge of my vision, matching my speed exactly. The realization was more terrifying than any roar or growl could have been. This thing was toying with me, allowing me to run only because it chose to. I was a mouse being batted around by a cat, permitted to flee only until the game grew boring. I burst through a wall of palmetto fronds and saw the logging road ahead, a ribbon of packed earth cutting through the forest. Relief flooded through me so powerfully it nearly brought me to my knees. Salvation was 50 yards away, but as I stumbled toward it, gasping for breath, I saw what was waiting for me. A massive cypress trunk, easily 4 feet in diameter, lay directly across the road. It was fresh, the pale wood of the break still bleeding sap. The ground around it was torn up, showing clear evidence that the tree had been dragged into position. My escape route had been anticipated and blocked. Every path I might take had been considered and eliminated by something that thought several moves ahead. The methodical intelligence behind the obstruction was more frightening than any display of brute strength could have been. This wasn't an animal acting on instinct. This was something that could predict human behavior, that understood tactics and strategy, and it had been hurting me, guiding my panicked flight toward this dead end with the patience of a chess master moving pieces across a board. I pressed my back against a massive cypress trunk, trying to control my breathing, which was coming in ragged, painful gasps. Every shadow seemed to move. Every hanging vine looked like a reaching arm. The low-frequency humming had stopped, leaving a silence so complete it felt solid, like a wall pressing against my eardrums. Then I heard something that chilled me more than any roar could have. It was the call of a barred owl, the familiar "who cooks for you" that I'd heard thousands of times in my career. But this call was wrong. Too deep, too resonant, produced in a chest cavity far too large for any bird. It was a perfect mimicry, but with an undertone that spoke of intelligence and mockery. It was telling me that it knew the sounds of this place, that it could replicate them, and that it owned them. The call came again, closer this time, and I realized with dawning horror that it was moving. Not flying, but walking. The sound source traveling horizontally through the trees at a height that would require something at least 8 feet tall. My flashlight beam trembled as I swept it across the canopy, but the thick foliage revealed nothing. I had to move. Staying put would mean inevitable discovery. I slipped down the muddy bank into the black water of a narrow bayou, the liquid so dark it might as well have been motor oil. The cold was a violent shock to my overheated system, and the bottom was soft, treacherous muck that tried to trap my boots with every step. The water came up to my chest and I could feel things moving in it. Fish, snakes, or worse. Halfway across, the humming returned, transmitted through the water itself, so that it surrounded me completely. I could feel it vibrating in my chest cavity, disrupting my heartbeat. It was then that I made the mistake of looking back at the bank I'd just left. Standing there, motionless as a statue, was a shape that violated every natural law I'd ever known. It was colossal, at least 9 feet tall, with shoulders so broad they seemed to span the space between 2 trees. The proportions were wrong. Too massive for any living thing, yet somehow perfectly balanced. It stood on 2 legs perfectly still, its head tilted slightly as if studying me with the detached interest of a scientist examining a specimen. What struck me most was its absolute stillness. It didn't sway or shift its weight like a living creature would. It was a pillar of darkness carved out of the night itself, a void in the shape of something that should not exist. And it was watching me with an intelligence that was ancient, patient, and utterly inhuman. I scrambled up the opposite bank, my clothes heavy with swamp water, and ran blindly into the forest. Behind me, I heard no pursuit, no crashing through the undergrowth, just that terrible, oppressive silence. When I finally emerged onto a fire road an hour later, collapsing from exhaustion and terror, I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't escaped. I'd been released. The thing in the big thicket had examined me, weighed me, and found me unworthy of further attention. My survival wasn't a victory, it was indifference, and that knowledge, the understanding that my life had hung in the balance of something so powerful yet so dismissive, was a horror that would follow me for the rest of my days. The preserve continued to operate normally. Tourists came and went. Other rangers walked the same trails I'd fled down in terror. But I knew the truth. Something ancient lived in the deep places of the big thicket, something that remembered when this land was wild and untamed, and God help anyone who ventured too far into its domain unprepared for what they might find waiting in the darkness between the trees. Vincent Torres was never found. His case remains open, another unsolved disappearance in a place where the line between civilization and wilderness grows thinner with each passing year. Sometimes, late at night when the humidity is thick and the Spanish moss hangs like grave shrouds from the ancient trees, I wonder if he discovered the same terrible truth I did. And I pray to God that he was granted the same indifferent mercy that allowed me to walk out of those woods alive. It was the summer of 1998, and I was 28 years old, still trying to find my place in the world. My name is George Moore, and back then, I was just another face in the crowd, working a mundane office job in Pittsburgh. My days were filled with endless spreadsheets and the monotonous hum of fluorescent lights. Home wasn't much better, a small, rundown apartment that always smelled faintly of mildew, no matter how much I cleaned. To escape the suffocating confines of city life, I spent most of my free time in nature. Fishing and hiking became my refuges, offering moments of peace that I couldn't find anywhere else. There was something about the stillness of the woods, the gentle lapping of water against the shore, that soothed my restless soul. Maybe it was the quiet that allowed me to hear my own thoughts. Or perhaps it was the reminder that there was a world beyond the concrete jungle I called home. I wasn't much for socializing. Large gatherings made me uncomfortable, and I often found myself retreating to the corners of rooms, nursing a drink and counting the minutes until I could leave. It wasn't that I disliked people. I just found solace in solitude. One particularly dreary Tuesday, as I sat at my desk, mindlessly inputting data into yet another spreadsheet, my phone rang. It was my old college buddy, Dave Mendoza. Dave was one of the few people I kept in touch with from my university days. He was a big guy, both in stature and personality, with a booming laugh that could fill a room. "George, my man," Dave's voice crackled through the receiver. "How's life treating you?" I leaned back in my chair, grateful for the distraction. "Oh, same old, same old. What's up, Dave?" "Listen, I've got a proposition for you," he said, his voice brimming with excitement. "A couple of friends and I are heading up to my family's cabin in the Allegheny National Forest this weekend. How about you join us?" "Come on, George, you need to get out more." I hesitated. While the thought of escaping the city was tempting, the idea of spending a weekend with people I didn't know well made me uneasy. Sensing my reluctance, Dave pressed on. "The cabin's got this old-school charm and the fishing's great. Plus, it'll be just like old times, a cooler full of beer, a campfire, and no responsibilities. What do you say?" I found myself chuckling despite my reservations. All right. I could use a break from staring at spreadsheets all day." "That's the spirit," Dave exclaimed. "I'll pick you up Friday afternoon. Pack light and don't forget your fishing gear." As I hung up the phone, I felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. It had been years since I'd done anything spontaneous like this. Part of me worried about spending so much time with people, but another part, a part I hadn't heard from in a while, was looking forward to the adventure. The rest of the week dragged on, each day seeming longer than the last. By the time Friday rolled around, I was more than ready to leave the city behind. I packed a small duffel bag with some clothes, grabbed my trusty fishing rod, and waited for Dave to arrive. At precisely 3 p.m., I heard the unmistakable rumble of Dave's old Ford Bronco pulling up outside my apartment building. I locked up and headed down, my anticipation growing with each step. Dave greeted me with a bear hug as soon as I stepped outside. "George, man, it's good to see you." He helped me toss my bag in the back of the Bronco, where I noticed 2 other bags were already stowed. "Hope you don't mind, but we're making a couple of stops to pick up the rest of the crew," Dave said as we climbed into the vehicle. I nodded, trying to quell the anxiety that was beginning to bubble up in my chest. "No problem. Who else is coming?" "My cousin Tom and his buddy Ken," Dave replied, pulling away from the curb. "You'll like them. Tom's a riot and Ken's Ken. You'll see." As we drove through the city, Dave filled me in on what he'd been up to since we last met. He was working as a high school gym teacher, a job that seemed to suit his outgoing personality perfectly. He regaled me with stories of troublesome students and ridiculous staff meetings, his laughter filling the car. Our first stop was in a quiet suburban neighborhood. A wiry guy with a mop of curly hair bounded down the front steps of a modest house, a backpack slung over one shoulder and a 6-pack of beer in his free hand. "George, meet my cousin Tom," Dave said as Tom clambered into the back seat. Tom reached forward to shake my hand. "Nice to meet you, George. Dave's told me all about your college adventures." I shot Dave a questioning look, wondering exactly what stories he'd been sharing, but he just grinned and pulled back onto the road. Our final stop was at an apartment complex on the outskirts of the city. Ken, as it turned out, was built like a linebacker, all broad shoulders and thick arms. He nodded a silent greeting as he squeezed into the back seat next to Tom. As we left the city behind, the conversation flowed freely. Tom, true to Dave's description, was indeed a riot. He had an endless supply of jokes and funny stories that kept us entertained. Ken, on the other hand, rarely spoke unless it was to make a particularly insightful comment. We stopped at a small-town store on the way to stock up on supplies. Dave insisted on buying more beer, chips, and some canned goods, just in case. He even threw a couple of fishing rods into our cart, despite my protests that I'd brought my own gear. "Trust me, George," he said with a wink. "You can never have too many rods when you're fishing with this bunch." As we drove deeper into the Allegheny National Forest, the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. The road became narrower and rougher, the old Bronco bouncing and rattling as Dave navigated the uneven terrain. Finally, after what felt like hours of driving, Dave announced, "We're here, boys." The cabin came into view as we rounded a final bend in the road. It was a cozy, rustic structure nestled among towering pine trees. The wooden building had clearly seen better days. The paint was peeling in places, and one of the shutters hung at a slight angle. But it had a certain charm that was undeniable. As we piled out of the car, stretching our legs and breathing in the crisp forest air, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The only sounds were the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant call of a whippoorwill. "Welcome to Casa de Mendoza," Dave announced, spreading his arms wide. "Let's get unpacked and settled in. The real fun starts tomorrow." As I grabbed my bag from the Bronco, I couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Despite my initial reservations, I had a feeling this weekend was going to be an adventure to remember. Little did I know just how right I would be, and how much I would come to wish I'd never set foot in those woods. The interior of the cabin was just as rustic as its exterior. The main room was open plan, with a small kitchen area in one corner and a living space dominated by a large stone fireplace. 2 doors led off to what I assumed were bedrooms, and a narrow staircase hugged one wall, leading to what Dave informed us was a loft space. "All right, gentlemen," Dave announced as we dropped our bags. "Tom and Ken, you guys take the loft. George, you can have the small bedroom at the back. I'll bunk down here in the main room." I nodded, grateful for the private space. As much as I was enjoying the company, I knew I'd need some time alone to recharge. We spent the next hour unpacking and settling in. Dave got a fire going in the fireplace, filling the cabin with warmth and the comforting scent of burning wood. Tom busied himself in the kitchen, unpacking our supplies and cracking open beers for everyone. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, cold beers in hand. The conversation flowed easily, fueled by alcohol and the excitement of being away from the daily grind. Dave and Tom swapped stories about their family, filling me in on inside jokes and shared memories. Even Ken opened up a bit, his deep voice rumbling as he contributed to the conversation. "So, George," Tom said during a lull in the conversation, "Dave tells us you're quite the fisherman. Any good stories?" I chuckled, taking a swig of my beer. "Well, there was this one time." And so the night went on. Stories were told, each one getting taller with every round of drinks. The fire crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows on the cabin walls. Outside, the forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures going about their business. As the night wore on and the beers took their toll, we eventually decided to turn in. Tomorrow would be a full day, and we needed our rest. I made my way to the small bedroom at the back of the cabin. It was a cozy space, just big enough for a single bed and a small dresser. A narrow window looked out into the dense forest behind the cabin. As I got ready for bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. Despite my initial reservations, I was glad I'd come on this trip. Sleep came easily that night, aided by the beer and the fresh mountain air. But as the first light of dawn began to creep through the window, I was jolted awake by a sound. At first I thought it was just the wind, a natural part of the forest symphony. But then I heard it again, an eerie melodic whistle, faint but distinct. I sat up in bed, straining my ears. The sound seemed to be coming from the woods, growing slightly louder before fading away again. My heart began to pound in my chest. I debated whether I should wake the others, but decided against it. They'd probably just laugh it off, and I didn't want to be the butt of the joke in the morning. Eventually, the sound faded away completely, and I managed to drift back into an uneasy sleep. When I woke again, sunlight was streaming through the window, and I could hear the others moving about in the main room. I got dressed and joined them, the memory of the strange whistle still lingering in my mind. Dave was at the stove, frying up some bacon and eggs. The smell made my stomach growl, reminding me how long it had been since dinner. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," Dave grinned as I entered the room. "Sleep well?" I hesitated for a moment before replying. "Yeah, mostly. Though I heard something weird in the middle of the night." Tom looked up from where he was setting the table. "Weird how?" "It sounded like whistling," I said, feeling a bit foolish, "coming from the woods." Dave chuckled, flipping the bacon. Probably just the wind, George. Or maybe your mind playing tricks on you after those stories last night. Yeah, maybe, I replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced. We ate breakfast, the conversation turning to our plans for the day. Dave suggested we hike to a nearby lake that he swore was teeming with fish. The idea of spending a day by the water, rod in hand, sounded perfect to me. After breakfast, we packed some supplies, sandwiches, snacks, and of course more beer, and set off into the woods. The trail was overgrown, clearly not used very often. We had to push through thick underbrush in places, the leaves and branches slapping against our legs and arms. The deeper we went into the forest, the quieter it seemed to get. The cheerful birdsong that had accompanied our departure from the cabin gradually faded away, replaced by an eerie stillness. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves beneath our feet and our own labored breathing as we climbed steep inclines. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every so often, I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. I tried to rationalize it. Probably just a squirrel or a deer, I told myself. But the uneasy feeling persisted. After what felt like hours of hiking, we finally reached the lake. It was a beautiful spot, a clear blue expanse of water surrounded by dense forest. The surface was like glass, reflecting the trees and sky in perfect detail. We spent the day fishing and joking around, the unease of the hike forgotten in the joy of the catch. I even managed to land a couple of decent-sized trout, which we decided to keep for dinner. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we packed up our gear and started the trek back to the cabin. The forest seemed different in the fading light, the shadows deeper and more menacing. That feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. We reached the cabin just as darkness fell, all of us tired but in good spirits from a successful day of fishing. Dave started a fire outside while Tom and Ken prepped the fish for grilling. I offered to help, but Dave waved me off. Relax, George, he said. You caught the fish, least we can do is cook 'em. So I sat by the fire, nursing a beer and watching the flames dance. As we ate our freshly grilled fish, the conversation turned to local legends and ghost stories, as it often does in settings like that. You ever hear about the Whistler? Dave asked, his voice low and dramatic. I felt a chill run down my spine, remembering the sound that had woken me the night before. The Whistler. Dave nodded, his face eerily lit by the flickering firelight. It's an old legend around these parts. They say there's a creature that roams these woods, luring people deeper and deeper with its haunting whistle. Ken, who had been quiet for most of the evening, suddenly spoke up. It's not just a legend. People have gone missing in these woods, never to be found. We all turned to look at him, surprised by his serious tone. Come on, Ken, I laughed nervously. You trying to scare us or what? Ken's face remained impassive. I'm just saying, man. People go missing in these woods. Could be anything out there. A heavy silence fell over our group. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling up into the night sky. In the distance, an owl hooted, the sound eerily reminiscent of the whistle I'd heard the night before. Eventually, the chill of the night drove us back into the cabin. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The stories, combined with my experience from the night before and the strange sensations during our hike, swirled in my mind. Just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, I heard it again. The whistle. Faint at first, but growing louder. It seemed to be coming from just outside my window. I sat up, my heart pounding. The sound was clearer now, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. I debated waking the others, but something held me back. What if it was nothing? What if I was just letting my imagination run wild? The whistle continued, rising and falling in pitch, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. It was as if whatever was making the sound was circling the cabin. I don't know how long I sat there, frozen in fear, listening to that unearthly sound. Eventually, it faded away, leaving behind an oppressive silence. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside had me on edge. By the time morning came, I was exhausted and on edge. At breakfast, I mentioned the sound to Dave. He listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "Look, George," he said finally, "I'm not saying you didn't hear something, but these woods play tricks on you, especially at night. It was probably just the wind or some animal." I wanted to believe him, but deep down, I knew it was something more. Something was out there in those woods, and I had a sinking feeling that we were about to find out exactly what it was. The day started much like the previous one. We ate a hearty breakfast, the mood lighter in the morning sunlight. Dave suggested we hike to a different spot, a secluded stream he claimed was perfect for fly fishing. Despite my lingering unease, I agreed. The thought of spending another day in the peaceful wilderness was appealing, and I hoped it would help shake off the remnants of my fears from the night before. We set off mid-morning, our backpacks laden with supplies. The forest seemed less oppressive in the daylight, sunlight filtering through the canopy and dappling the forest floor. Birds chirped overhead, and occasionally we'd spot a squirrel darting up a tree trunk. As we hiked, I found myself hyper-aware of our surroundings. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf had me on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, followed. I tried to rationalize it. We were in the woods, after all. There were bound to be animals around. But the feeling persisted, a constant prickle at the back of my neck. We had been walking for about an hour when Dave suddenly stopped, holding up a hand for silence. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. We all stood still, straining our ears. For a moment, all I could hear was the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the pounding of my own heart. Then I heard it. A faint, melodic whistle, barely audible, but unmistakable. "There it is again," Tom said, his voice hushed. "What is that?" "Probably just a bird," Ken grunted, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. Dave shook his head slowly. "I've never heard a bird that sounded like that." The whistle came again, louder this time. It seemed to be coming from somewhere ahead of us, deeper in the woods. Despite my fear, I found myself oddly drawn to the sound. It was haunting, beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested, fighting against the strange pull of the music. Dave hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, maybe you're right. This is starting to feel a bit..." He never finished his sentence. One moment he was standing there, and the next he was gone, yanked backwards into the underbrush with a strangled cry. For a split second, we all stood frozen in shock. Then Tom broke the silence with a terrified shout. "Dave! Dave!" We rushed to where Dave had been standing, searching frantically through the bushes. There was no sign of him, no trail, nothing to indicate where he might have gone. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him whole. "What the hell just happened?" Ken demanded, his usual stoic demeanor cracking. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't know. We need to find him. Dave, Dave." We spread out, calling Dave's name and searching the underbrush for any sign of him. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees casting long shadows that made it hard to see. We searched for what felt like hours, but there was no trace of Dave. As the sun began to set, we regrouped, exhausted and terrified. Tom was pale, his eyes wide with fear. Even Ken looked shaken, his hands trembling slightly as he ran them through his hair. "We need to head back to the cabin and call for help," Tom said, his voice grim. Reluctantly, we made our way back, the forest growing darker with each passing minute. Every sound, every shadow seemed menacing now. The whistle came again and again, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, as if taunting us. When we finally reached the cabin, Tom tried to get a signal on his cell phone, but there was no reception. The landline in the cabin was dead. "We need to drive to town and get help," I said, grabbing the keys to Dave's Bronco. We piled into the vehicle and sped down the narrow dirt road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The drive to town was tense, none of us speaking. I kept expecting something to jump out in front of the car, or for Dave to suddenly appear on the roadside. When we reached the nearest town, we rushed into the sheriff's office, breathless and frantic. Sheriff Mason, a grizzled man in his late 50s, listened patiently as we told him what had happened. "All right," he said when we finished. his voice calm but authoritative. "I'll gather a search party. You boys stay put. We'll head out at first light." We spent the night in the small town, unable to sleep. The whistle haunted my dreams, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw Dave being dragged into the darkness. The next morning, we joined the search party, retracing our steps to the clearing where Dave had disappeared. The day passed in a blur of searching and calling out for Dave, but there was no sign of him. As the sun began to set, Sheriff Mason called off the search for the day. "We'll start again tomorrow," he said, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Days turned into a week, and still, there was no trace of Dave. The search was eventually called off, and we were left with more questions than answers. "Sometimes people just vanish in the woods," Sheriff Mason told us, his voice heavy. "And there's no explanation. I'm sorry, boys." It was a bitter pill to swallow. Tom, Ken, and I returned to our normal lives, but nothing felt normal anymore. Dave's disappearance haunted us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out there, something we couldn't explain. I stopped going to the woods after that. The place that had once brought me peace now filled me with fear and uncertainty. Years passed, and the memory of that trip remained with me, a dark cloud that I couldn't escape. I never told anyone else about the whistle or the strange feeling I had in the woods. It sounded too crazy, and I didn't want to be seen as the guy with the wild stories. But I never forgot, and I always wondered what really happened to Dave in those woods. Years passed, and life moved on, as it tends to do even in the face of tragedy. I threw myself into my work, climbing the corporate ladder with a single-minded determination that left little room for socializing or outdoor activities. The memory of that fateful camping trip lingered, a shadow at the edges of my consciousness that I did my best to ignore. I lost touch with Ken shortly after we returned from the woods. Last I heard, he'd moved out west, seeking a fresh start away from the memories that haunted him. Tom and I stayed in sporadic contact, exchanging the occasional email or phone call, but our conversations were always stilted, weighed down by the unspoken horror we'd shared. Then, on a dreary Tuesday afternoon in 2010, almost 12 years after Dave's disappearance, I received a call from Tom. His voice was trembling, a mix of excitement and fear that sent a chill down my spine. "George," he said, without preamble, "I found something. About the Whistler." I felt my heart skip a beat. "What are you talking about, Tom?" "I was going through my grandpa's old things," he explained, words tumbling out in a rush. "He passed away last month, and I've been helping clear out his house. I found a journal, George. He wrote about the Whistler. He said it was real, that it took people. He even mentioned something about it happening to a friend of his." I gripped the phone tighter, my palms suddenly sweaty. "What do you mean, it took people?" "His friend disappeared in the same way Dave did," Tom said, his voice dropping to a whisper as if he was afraid of being overheard. "Grandpa said the Whistler was an old spirit, something ancient that haunted the forest. He didn't have much more than that, but, George, what if it's true? What if that's what took Dave?" I didn't know what to say. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss it, to tell Tom he was grasping at straws. But deep down, I knew there was something more to the story. The memory of that haunting whistle, the inexplicable way Dave had vanished. It all came flooding back. "I don't know, Tom," I finally replied, my voice heavy with resignation. "Maybe it is, but what can we do about it now?" "I'm not sure," Tom admitted, "but I had to tell you. Maybe it's just closure knowing that we're not crazy, that there might be an explanation, even if it's one that doesn't make sense." After I hung up with Tom, I sat at my desk for a long time, staring out the window at the urban sprawl of Pittsburgh. The world had moved on, but in that moment, I was back in those woods, listening to that eerie whistle echoing through the trees. That night, I dreamed of the forest. In my dream, I was walking along a moonlit path, the trees looming impossibly tall on either side. Ahead of me, I could see a figure, Dave. He was walking away from me, and no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't catch up to him. Then I heard it, the whistle. It started soft, barely audible, but grew louder with each passing second. Dave stopped and turned towards the sound. I tried to call out to him to warn him, but no sound came out of my mouth. As I watched, helpless, a darkness seemed to creep out from between the trees, enveloping Dave. And then he was gone. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. The dream had felt so real, so vivid. As I lay there in the dark, trying to calm my racing thoughts, I made a decision. I needed to go back to those woods. I needed to find out the truth, once and for all. The next morning, I called in sick to work and started packing. I dug out my old hiking boots and camping gear, covered in a thick layer of dust from years of disuse. As I threw supplies into my backpack, I tried not to think too hard about what I was doing. If I stopped to consider the absurdity of it all, I knew I'd lose my nerve. I left a voicemail for Tom, telling him where I was going. Part of me hoped he'd try to talk me out of it, but another part was relieved when he didn't call back immediately. This was something I needed to do alone. The drive to Allegheny National Forest was long and quiet. I kept the radio off, my mind too full of memories and fears to concentrate on music or news. As I got closer to my destination, the landscape began to change. The urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills, then to dense forest. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I recognized landmarks from that trip over a decade ago. I arrived at the ranger station in the late afternoon. The ranger on duty, a young woman named Amy, looked at me curiously as I asked about hiking permits and trail conditions. "You planning on camping out there?" she asked, eyeing my backpack. I nodded, trying to keep my voice casual. "Just for a night or two. Thought I'd do some fishing, clear my head." Amy's expression turned serious. "Well, be careful out there. We've had a few hikers go missing over the years. Make sure you stick to the marked trails and let someone know where you're going." I felt a chill run down my spine at her words, but I forced a smile. "Will do. Thanks for the warning." As I hiked into the forest, following the trail that I hoped would lead me to the old cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had me on edge. I reached the cabin just as the sun was setting. It looked even more run down than I remembered, the wood weathered and gray, one of the windows boarded up. For a moment I hesitated on the threshold. Was I really going to do this? Spend the night in the very place where my nightmares had begun? But I had come too far to turn back now. I pushed open the creaky door and stepped inside. The interior was musty and damp, years of neglect evident in the sagging furniture and peeling wallpaper. I set up my sleeping bag in the main room, not wanting to sleep in the back bedroom where I had first heard the whistle. As darkness fell, I sat on the cabin's porch, watching the forest. The night was alive with sounds, the hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But I was listening for something else, straining my ears for that haunting melody that had plagued my dreams for years. Hours passed, and nothing happened. No whistle, no strange occurrences, just the normal sounds of a forest at night. As the moon rose high in the sky, I began to feel foolish. What had I expected? That the whistler, if it even existed, would just show up because I'd come back? Exhausted and somewhat deflated, I retreated into the cabin and crawled into my sleeping bag. Despite my disappointment, sleep came quickly, the long day of travel and hiking catching up with me. I don't know how long I slept before I was jolted awake by a sound. At first, in my groggy state, I thought it was just the wind. But then I heard it again, clearer this time. The whistle. I sat up, my heart pounding. The sound was coming from outside, somewhere in the forest. It was just as I remembered it, hauntingly beautiful, yet terrifying in its otherworldliness. For a long moment I sat frozen in my sleeping bag, fear paralyzing me. But then something shifted. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a need to know, to understand. I had come here for answers, and I wasn't going to let fear stop me now. With shaking hands, I pulled on my boots and jacket. I grabbed my flashlight, and after a moment's hesitation, the hunting knife I'd brought for protection. Then, taking a deep breath, I stepped out into the night. The whistle was louder now, seeming to come from the depths of the forest. As I stood on the porch, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. It was hard to make out in the gloom, but it seemed to be beckoning to me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get in my car and drive as far away from this place as I could. But I knew that if I left now, I'd never know the truth. I'd spend the rest of my life wondering, haunted by unanswered questions. So, with my heart in my throat, I stepped off the porch and into the forest. The figure retreated as I approached, always staying just at the edge of my flashlight's beam. The whistle continued, guiding me deeper into the woods. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dark forest. The trees pressed in close, their branches reaching out as if trying to grab me. More than once I stumbled over hidden roots or rocks, but I pressed on. Finally, I emerged into a small clearing. The whistle stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. My flashlight flickered, the beam growing weaker. In the fading light, I saw something that made my heart stop. There, in the center of the clearing, stood Dave. He looked exactly as he had the day he disappeared, not a day older. He smiled at me, but there was something off about his expression, something not quite human. "Dave," I whispered, my voice hoarse. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but what came out was not words. It was the whistle, that haunting melody that had drawn me here. As the last of my flashlight's beam died, plunging the clearing into darkness, I finally understood. The whistler wasn't some external force, some monster that prowled the woods. It was us. It was what we became when the forest took us. In that moment of terrifying clarity, I felt something grab my arm, pulling me forward. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I remember is the taste of leaves in my mouth and the sound of that beautiful, terrible whistle filling my ears. The police found my car 3 days later, parked at the ranger station. They searched the forest for weeks but found no trace of me. Eventually, I was declared missing, presumed dead, but I'm not dead. I'm here, in the forest. I've become part of it, part of the legend. And when hikers venture too deep into the woods, when the curious come seeking answers to old mysteries, they might hear a whistle, a beautiful, haunting melody that draws them in, deeper and deeper, until the forest claims them too. So if you're ever in the Allegheny National Forest and you hear a whistle on the wind, turn back, run. Don't look behind you. Don't try to find the source. Because if you do, you might just become part of the forest too, another voice in the eternal chorus of the whistler. But perhaps you're wondering how I'm telling you this story if I've become part of the forest. The truth is, I'm not entirely sure. Time works differently here, in this liminal space between the world of humans and the ancient spirits of the woods. Sometimes I feel almost like my old self again, my thoughts clear and memories intact. Other times, I'm nothing more than a whisper in the wind, a flicker of movement glimpsed between the trees. In those moments of clarity, I've tried to piece together what happened to me, to understand the nature of the whistler and this strange existence I now inhabit. I've come to believe that the whistler isn't a single entity but a collective consciousness, a manifestation of the forest itself. We who have been taken don't cease to exist. We become part of something larger, something older than humanity itself. I've encountered others like me in these woods. Dave is here, and others too. Hikers, campers, even a few loggers who ventured too deep into the old growth. We don't communicate in words anymore, but in feelings, in shared memories that flow between us like sap through the trees. I've learned that the forest has been taking people for centuries. Native American tribes who once lived in these lands had legends about spirits in the woods that lured people away. European settlers told stories of strange music in the forest and people who wandered off, never to return. The whistler has always been here, always will be. But it's not evil, not in the way humans understand good and evil. It's simply part of nature, as neutral and implacable as a storm or a drought. It takes, yes, but it also preserves. Those of us who have been claimed by the forest live on in a way, our essence becoming part of the ancient trees, our memories stored in the very soil. I don't know if I would choose this existence if given the choice. There's a peace here, a sense of belonging that I never felt in my human life. But there's also a profound loneliness, a yearning for the world I left behind. I miss the simple pleasures of human life. A warm cup of coffee on a cold morning, the laughter of friends, the satisfaction of a job well done. Sometimes, I wonder about the life I left behind. Did they mourn me when I disappeared? Did Tom ever figure out what happened to me? I hope he didn't come looking. I couldn't bear the thought of him ending up here too. As for Ken, I hope he found peace out west, far from these haunted woods. And I hope that my story, if it ever reaches the outside world, brings some closure to those who knew me. I want them to know that I'm not suffering, that in some strange way, I've found a kind of immortality here in the forest. To you, dear reader, I leave this warning and this plea. Respect the wild places of the world. They are older and more powerful than you can imagine. Enjoy their beauty, find solace in their silence, but never forget that you are a visitor in a realm that doesn't belong to humanity. And if you ever find yourself in a forest, any forest, and you hear a whistle on the wind, a sound so beautiful it makes your heart ache, so alluring you can't help but want to follow it, remember my story. Turn back. Return to the world of humans. Live your life. Love deeply. Laugh often. For some mysteries are never meant to be solved. Some questions are better left unanswered. The forest keeps its secrets, and those of us who have become part of it will keep whistling our haunting melody, forever echoing through the ancient trees. This is George Moore, signing off from the depths of Allegheny National Forest. May you never hear our whistle, and may you always find your way back home. My name is Frank Jackson, and I'm 67 years old now, but the events I'm about to recount happened back in the summer of 1993. I lived in a small town in Vermont called Bennington, a place so quiet that the loudest thing you'd hear was the hum of a distant lawnmower or the occasional bark of a neighbor's dog. It was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone else's business for better or worse. I ran a small auto repair shop that my old man had left me when he passed. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills and kept food on the table for me and my daughter, Lila. The shop was a weathered old building on the outskirts of town, with faded red paint peeling off the sides and a rusted sign that creaked in the wind. Inside, it smelled of motor oil and rubber, a scent I'd grown to love over the years. Lila was my world. She had just turned 12 that summer, and we celebrated with our annual camping trip out by Somerset Reservoir. It was our little tradition, something we'd been doing since she was old enough to roast a marshmallow. Every year, just the two of us out in nature. No phones, no distractions, just us and the great outdoors. Lila loved it. She had this knack for spotting wildlife, and she'd always find the best trails. She was a curious kid, always asking questions about the plants and animals we'd see. I'd do my best to answer, but half the time I was making things up. She probably knew it, but she never let on. The day before we left for our trip, I closed up the shop early. I remember standing in the doorway, looking out at the quiet street. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. There was a stillness in the air, the kind that comes before a storm. I should have taken it as a sign, but I was too excited about our trip to pay it any mind. That night, as I packed our camping gear into the old Ford pickup, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, moving at the edge of our property. I turned to look, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness of the trees at the edge of our yard. I shrugged it off, blaming it on my imagination and the fading light. If only I had known then what I know now. Maybe I could have prevented what was to come. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20, and sometimes the things that lurk in the shadows are better left undisturbed. As I finished loading the truck, Lila came bounding out of the house, her backpack slung over one shoulder. Her brown hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, and her green eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dad, can we leave now? Please?" she begged, practically bouncing on her toes. I couldn't help but laugh. "Not yet, kiddo. We'll head out first thing in the morning." "You got everything packed?" She nodded enthusiastically. "Yep. I even packed extra batteries for the flashlight, just like you taught me." I ruffled her hair, feeling a surge of pride. That's my girl, always prepared. We went back inside, and I made us a simple dinner of spaghetti and meatballs. As we ate, Lila chattered on about all the things she wanted to do on our trip. go hiking, catch fish, look for constellations. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself getting more excited about the trip. After dinner, we sat on the porch swing, watching the fireflies come out. The air was warm and heavy with the scent of summer flowers. In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of a train whistle. It was a perfect Vermont summer night. "Dad," Lila said suddenly, her voice serious, "do you believe in ghosts?" The question caught me off guard. Ghosts? Where'd that come from? She shrugged, picking at a loose thread on her shorts. I don't know. Just thinking, I guess. Tommy at school said his house is haunted. I chuckled. Tommy's got a wild imagination. There's no such thing as ghosts, Lila. Just stories people make up to scare each other. She nodded, but I could tell she wasn't entirely convinced. But what if there were? What would you do? I put my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. If there were ghosts, and they tried to mess with you, they'd have to go through me first. Nothing's gonna hurt you while I'm around. You got that? She smiled up at me, her worry seeming to melt away. Got it, Dad. We sat there for a while longer, watching the stars come out. Eventually, I sent her off to bed, reminding her we had an early start in the morning. As I locked up the house that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was Lila's question about ghosts, or maybe it was just pre-trip jitters. Whatever it was, I pushed it to the back of my mind. We had a camping trip to look forward to, after all. If only I had known then what awaited us in those woods. If only I had paid attention to that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. But I didn't. And that's where our story really begins. The next morning dawned bright and clear. We set out early, the truck loaded with our gear, the cooler filled with enough food to last us a week. Lila was buzzing with excitement, her face pressed against the window as we drove out of town. The drive to Somerset Reservoir took about an hour, winding through dense forests and past sparkling streams. As we got further from town, the trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out over the road like grasping fingers. We arrived at the campsite just before noon. It was a small clearing not far from the water, surrounded by towering pines. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. "Race you to the water," Lila shouted, taking off before I could even respond. I chuckled, watching her dash through the trees. "Be careful," I called after her, but she was already out of sight. I started unpacking the truck, setting up our tent, and arranging our gear. By the time Lila came back, breathless and grinning, I had a small fire going. "The water's so clear, Dad," she exclaimed, flopping down next to me. "I saw fish and everything." We spent the afternoon exploring the area around our campsite. Lila led the way, pointing out interesting plants and rocks. She had always been observant, but out here in nature it was like her senses were heightened. As the sun began to set, we made our way back to the campsite. I got the fire going again while Lila arranged our chairs. We roasted hot dogs over the flames, laughing and talking about nothing in particular. It was our second night when things started to get weird. We had spent the day hiking and fishing, and we were both exhausted. Lila was roasting marshmallows, her face glowing in the firelight. I was sitting back, enjoying the peace, when I saw something move at the edge of the trees. "Hey, Lila," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Did you see that?" She turned, marshmallow stick in hand. "See what?" I squinted into the darkness. "I thought I saw someone out there." Lila laughed. "Dad, you're always seeing things. It was probably just a deer." I nodded but kept my eyes on the tree line. The movement had been quick, too quick for a deer. But I didn't want to spook her, so I let it go. That night, as we settled into our sleeping bags, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I tried to sleep, but every little noise had me on edge. The rustling of leaves, the crack of a twig, even the gentle lapping of water against the shore, it all seemed amplified in the darkness. Around midnight I heard it again, a rustling, then a snap, like a twig breaking underfoot. I sat up, straining to hear, but there was only silence. Next to me, Lila slept peacefully, oblivious to my unease. I unzipped the tent flap as quietly as I could and peered out. The moon was full, casting an eerie silver light over the campsite. Everything looked normal, but there was a heaviness to the air, a tension that hadn't been there before. I was about to close the tent and try to get some sleep when I saw it. A figure, small and slight, standing at the edge of the clearing. It was too dark to make out any features, but something about its stillness sent a chill down my spine. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I blinked, and in that split second it was gone. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had imagined it, but the unease in my gut told me otherwise. I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound, every shadow seemed to hide some unknown threat. When dawn finally broke, I was exhausted but relieved. As Lila stirred in her sleeping bag, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The morning air was cool and damp, a fine mist hanging over the campsite. I stretched, trying to work out the kinks in my back from a night of fitful sleep. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Small, like a child's, circling our tent. They hadn't been there the night before, I was sure of it. My heart began to race as I followed their path with my eyes. They circled the tent a few times, then simply vanished. "Lila," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you walk around the tent last night?" She poked her head out of the tent, her hair a tangled mess. "No, I was asleep." "Why?" I forced a smile. "Just wondering, probably some animal." But I didn't believe it. And as I stood there staring at those small footprints, I knew our peaceful camping trip had come to an end. Something was out there, watching us. And I had a feeling it wasn't going to leave us alone. We packed up quickly that morning. I told Lila we had forgotten some important supplies and needed to head back to town. She was disappointed, but didn't argue. I think she could sense my unease, even if she didn't understand it. The drive back was tense. Every curve in the road, every shadow in the trees seemed to hide some unseen threat. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us. Lila was quiet, picking up on my mood. "Dad," she said finally, breaking the silence. "Is everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Of course, kiddo. Just a little tired, that's all." She didn't look convinced, but she nodded and went back to looking out the window. As we approached Bennington, I felt some of the tension leave my body. The familiar sights of our small town were comforting after the unsettling experience in the woods. We pulled up to our house, and for a moment, everything felt normal again. But that feeling didn't last long. Over the next few days, strange things started happening around the house. At first, it was small things. A toy would be in a different place than where Lila had left it. A door we were sure we'd closed would be open, easy enough to brush off as forgetfulness or a draft. But then it escalated. We'd hear footsteps at night, soft and quick, like a child running down the hallway. Objects would move on their own, right before our eyes. One morning I came down to find all the kitchen chairs stacked in a perfect pyramid in the middle of the room. Lila was scared. Hell, I was scared. But I tried to stay strong for her, to find logical explanations for what was happening. But deep down, I knew. Whatever had been watching us in the woods had followed us home. It was about a week after our return when Lila came to me one morning, her eyes wide with fear. "Dad," she whispered, "do you hear the footsteps at night?" My heart sank. I had hoped she'd been sleeping through it all. "Yeah, I do," I admitted. "It's probably just the house settling." She shook her head vigorously. "No, Dad, it's not the house. I saw something last night." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean, you saw something?" Lila's lower lip trembled. "I woke up and there was someone in my room. A kid, I think. But..." She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. "But what, Lila?" I pressed gently. "But its eyes were all wrong," she whispered. They were completely black, like there was nothing there at all. I pulled her into a tight hug, my mind racing. A child with black eyes. It sounded insane, but after everything we'd experienced, I couldn't dismiss it. That night, I decided to stay up and see if I could catch whatever was making the noise. I sat in the living room, the lights off, listening. The house creaked and settled, but otherwise, all was quiet. Then, around midnight, I heard it. The soft patter of footsteps coming from Lila's room. My heart pounding, I grabbed a flashlight and crept down the hall. As I reached her door, the footsteps stopped. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and shined the light around. Lila was fast asleep, but there, standing at the foot of her bed, was a child. At least it looked like a child. Its skin was pale, almost translucent in the beam of my flashlight. And its eyes. Lila had been right. They were completely black, like two dark voids. It stood there, staring at me, not moving, not even seeming to breathe. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to sound authoritative. "What do you want?" It didn't answer. It just stared, those black eyes boring into me. I took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished, like a puff of smoke dissipating in the wind. I rushed to Lila's side, shaking her awake. "Lila, wake up." She sat up, groggy and confused. "What's wrong, Dad?" "There was someone in your room," I said, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of the intruder. Lila looked around, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't see anyone." I checked the house thoroughly. Every door was locked, every window secured. There was no sign of how the child had gotten in, or how it had gotten out. As I tucked Lila back into bed, trying to reassure her that everything was okay, I couldn't shake the image of those black eyes from my mind. What was happening to us? And more importantly, how could I protect my daughter from something I didn't understand? I spent the rest of the night researching, looking for any mention of children with black eyes. What I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories, urban legends really, about something called the black-eyed kids. They would show up, usually at night, asking to be let in. And once they were inside, well, the stories never ended well. As the sun rose, casting a pale light through the windows, I knew one thing for certain. We couldn't face this alone. We needed help. And I knew just who to call. As soon as she was out the door, I headed to the Bennington Free Library. It was an old building, all brick and ivy, with towering shelves filled with books. I'd never been much of a reader, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The librarian, a kind-faced older woman named Mrs. Perkins, seemed surprised to see me. "Frank Jackson," she said, peering at me over her glasses. "I don't think I've seen you in here since you were in high school. What can I help you with?" I hesitated, unsure of how to explain what I was looking for without sounding crazy. "I'm doing some research," I said finally, "on local legends. Anything about, supernatural occurrences in the area." Mrs. Perkins raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. She led me to a section in the back of the library filled with dusty old books on local history and folklore. "This should get you started," she said. "Let me know if you need anything else." I spent hours poring over those books, looking for any mention of black-eyed children or similar phenomena. Most of what I found was useless. Ghost stories and tall tales that bore no resemblance to what we were experiencing. But then, in a thin volume titled Shadows of the Green Mountains, I found something. It was just a brief mention, a paragraph really, about sightings of strange children in the woods around Somerset Reservoir. The book was vague on details, but it mentioned eyes like coal and an unnatural stillness that sent chills down my spine. As I was reading, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I jumped, nearly knocking over my stack of books. It was Mrs. Perkins. "Sorry to startle you," she said, her voice low. "But I couldn't help overhearing what you were researching earlier. There's someone you might want to talk to." She scribbled a name and address on a piece of paper and handed it to me. "Hank Olson," she said. "He used to be a cop here in town. If anyone knows about the strange goings-on around here, it's him." I thanked her, tucked the paper into my pocket, and checked out the book on local legends. As I left the library, the sun was already starting to set. I had been there longer than I realized. I picked up Lila from her after-school program, trying to act as normal as possible. We had dinner, watched some TV, and I tucked her into bed. As I kissed her goodnight, I noticed the dark circles under her eyes. She wasn't sleeping well, and I knew why. Once I was sure she was asleep, I went to the kitchen and pulled out the piece of paper Mrs. Perkins had given me. I stared at it for a long moment before picking up the phone and dialing the number. It rang 3 times before a gruff voice answered. "Olson here." "Mr. Olson," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "My name is Frank Jackson. I got your number from Mrs. Perkins at the library. She said you might be able to help me with a problem I'm having." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "What kind of problem?" Hank asked finally. I took a deep breath and told him everything. The camping trip, the footprints, the strange occurrences in our house, and finally, the black-eyed child I'd seen in Lila's room. As I spoke, I expected him to laugh, to tell me I was crazy and hang up. But he didn't. When I finished, there was another long pause. "I'll be over in 20 minutes, Hank said finally, and the line went dead. True to his word, 20 minutes later there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find a tall, weathered man with gray hair and sharp blue eyes. He was carrying a duffel bag. "Frank Jackson?" he asked. When I nodded, he stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. "We've got work to do." Hank Olson moved with the deliberate precision of a man who had seen his fair share of trouble. He set his duffel bag down on my kitchen table and fixed me with a steady gaze. "Before we start," he said, his voice low and serious, "I need you to understand something. What we're dealing with here, it's not natural, and once you know the truth, there's no going back. Are you sure you want to proceed?" I thought about Lila, about the fear in her eyes when she told me about the child in her room. "I'm sure," I said firmly. "I need to protect my daughter." Hank nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer. He unzipped the duffel bag and began pulling out various items, books, strange-looking artifacts, and what looked like weapons. "I was on the force for 30 years, Hank began, laying out the items on the table. "Saw a lot of strange things in that time, but nothing compared to what I encountered in the summer of '78. He paused, his eyes distant as if reliving a memory. "It was a case similar to yours. Family out camping by Somerset Reservoir. They came back changed. Talked about children with black eyes, about feeling watched, about things moving on their own. Nobody believed them, of course. Chalked it up to hysteria. Maybe bad mushrooms they'd eaten in the woods. But I knew better." "What were they?" I asked, my mouth dry. "These black-eyed children?" Hank's gaze snapped back to me. "They're not children," he said sharply. "At least, not anymore. They're something else. Something old. Something that's been in these woods long before we ever came here." He picked up one of the books, an ancient-looking tome bound in dark leather. "According to the local Abenaki legends, there are spirits in the forest, tricksters, shapeshifters. They take the form of children to lure in the unsuspecting. But their true nature." He shook his head. "It's not something meant for our world." "But why us?" I asked. "Why did they follow us home?" "You disturbed something out there," Hank said. "Maybe you camped on sacred ground, or maybe you just caught their attention. Either way, they've latched onto you now, onto your daughter specifically." My blood ran cold. "What do they want with Lila?" Hank's expression was grim. "Children are pure, untainted. These entities, they feed on that purity. They want to replace her." I felt sick. The idea of these things wanting my daughter was almost too much to bear. "How do we stop them?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It won't be easy," Hank warned, "and it'll be dangerous. But if you're willing to do exactly as I say, we might have a chance." I nodded without hesitation. "Whatever it takes." Hank began explaining his plan. We would need to return to the campsite, to the place where we had first encountered the entities. There, we would perform a ritual to banish them back to wherever they came from. As Hank talked, laying out the details of what we needed to do, I felt a mix of fear and determination. This was all so far beyond anything I had ever experienced, beyond anything I had ever believed possible. But I knew I had no choice. For Lila's sake, I had to see this through. We spent the rest of the night preparing. Hank taught me protective symbols to draw and words of power to speak. We gathered supplies, salt, iron filings, sacred herbs. By the time the sun began to rise, we were ready. I called the auto shop and told them I needed a few days off for a family emergency. Then I woke Lila, telling her we were going on another camping trip. She seemed hesitant, but I assured her everything would be okay. As we loaded up the truck, Hank pulled me aside. "Remember," he said, his voice low and urgent, "no matter what you see, no matter what you hear, you stick to the plan. These things, they'll try to trick you, to confuse you. You can't let them." I nodded, feeling the weight of what we were about to do settling on my shoulders. As we pulled out of the driveway, Lila in the back seat and Hank beside me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were driving towards something that would change our lives forever. The trees seemed to close in around us as we made our way back to Somerset Reservoir. The familiar road now felt ominous, each bend potentially hiding some unseen danger. Lila was quiet in the back seat, her eyes wide as she took in the tension radiating from Hank and me. As we neared the campsite, the air seemed to thicken. A heavy mist had settled over the area, obscuring the trees and making the world feel smaller, more claustrophobic. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Stop here," Hank said suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence. I pulled over to the side of the road. We were still a good mile from our original campsite, but Hank insisted this was where we needed to be. "Listen to me carefully," he said, turning to face both Lila and me. "What we're about to do is dangerous, but if we stick together and follow the plan, we'll be okay. Lila, I need you to be brave. Can you do that?" Lila nodded, her face pale but determined. "I can be brave," she said, her voice small but steady. "That's my girl," I said, reaching back to squeeze her hand. We got out of the truck, the mist swirling around our ankles. Hank shouldered his duffel bag and handed me a backpack filled with supplies. Then with a nod, he led us into the woods. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. As we walked, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We were being watched. I was sure of it. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 30 minutes, Hank held up a hand, signaling us to stop. We had reached a small clearing, not unlike the one where Lila and I had camped. "This is it," Hank said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is where we make our stand." We set to work, following Hank's instructions to the letter. We laid out a circle of salt, placed candles at specific points, burned herbs that filled the air with pungent smoke. All the while, I could feel unseen eyes on us, watching our every move. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the clearing, Hank turned to us. "It's time," he said. "Whatever happens next, remember, don't leave the circle. Don't listen to anything they say, and most importantly, don't let them in." He began to chant, his voice rising and falling in a language I didn't understand. The air around us seemed to vibrate, the mist thickening until we could barely see beyond our circle of salt. And then we saw them, shadowy figures, child-sized, emerging from the mist. Their eyes were black voids, their faces pale and expressionless. They moved with an unnatural grace, circling us, watching us. Lila whimpered, pressing closer to me. I held her tight, my heart pounding in my chest. One of the figures stepped forward. When it spoke, its voice was a chilling whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Let us in," it said. "We just want to play." I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering Hank's warning. Don't listen to them. Don't let them in. The chanting grew louder, more urgent. The air crackled with energy. The black-eyed children pressed closer, their whispers becoming more insistent, more threatening. "Daddy," one of them said, in a voice that sounded terrifyingly like Lila's. "Daddy, please, I'm scared. Let me in." It took every ounce of willpower I had not to reach out, not to step beyond the circle of salt. I held Lila closer, feeling her trembling against me. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light. The chanting reached a crescendo, and I heard the black-eyed children shriek. a sound of fury and despair that chilled me to my very core. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The mist dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. I opened my eyes to find the clearing empty, save for the three of us. Hank slumped to the ground, exhausted. "It's done," he said, his voice hoarse. "They're gone." I looked down at Lila, who was staring wide-eyed at the now empty forest around us. "Is it over?" she asked, her voice small and uncertain. I hugged her tightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. "Yes, sweetheart," I said. "It's over. We're safe now." As we made our way back to the truck, the forest slowly came back to life around us. Birds began to sing, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It felt as though a great weight had been lifted. That night, back at home, Lila slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. I sat in her doorway, watching her, marveling at her resilience. We had faced something beyond imagination, something that defied everything I had ever believed about the world, and we had survived. Hank stopped by the next day to check on us. "You did good," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. "But remember, just because we won this battle doesn't mean the war is over. There are things out there, things most people never see. You've glimpsed behind the curtain now. You can't unsee it." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Our world had changed, expanded to include things I once would have dismissed as impossible. But we were stronger for it. We had faced the darkness and emerged on the other side. As Hank turned to leave, he paused. "You know," he said, a hint of a smile on his weathered face, "I could use some help sometimes, dealing with these unusual cases. If you're interested, that is." I looked back at Lila, playing happily in the living room, then back to Hank. I thought about other families who might face what we had, about the horrors lurking in the shadows that most people never saw. "Yeah," I said finally. "I think I am interested." Hank nodded, satisfied. "Good. Get some rest. I have a feeling we're going to be busy." As I closed the door behind him, I felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Our ordeal with the black-eyed children was over, but I knew it was just the beginning of a new chapter in our lives. Whatever came next, whatever otherworldly threats we might face, I knew one thing for certain. We would face them together, as a family.